Council meeting for 2025, the December meeting. Yarra City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people as the traditional owners and true sovereigns of the land now known as Yarra. We acknowledge their creator spirit Bunjil, their ancestors and their elders. We acknowledge the strength and resilience of the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung, who have never ceded sovereignty and retained their strong connections to family, clan and country, despite the impacts of European invasion. We also acknowledge significant contributions made by other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to life in Yarra. We pay our respects to elders from all nations here today and to their elders past, present and future. Obviously, the meeting tonight is overshadowed by the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Sunday. And on behalf of Yarra Council, our thoughts are with the victims, their loved ones and everyone affected by the shocking act of hatred at Bondi on Sunday night. We also express our gratitude. You should not have to live with fear. During this festival of lights, as you gather with family and community, know that you are supported by your broader community in Yarra. We at Yarra Council in the last 48 hours have undertaken quite a lot of follow-up on this matter. This morning, I had the honour of meeting discussing with the Lord Mayor of Glen Yarra and the Lord Mayor of Port Phillip. Those two councils are leading the charge on this issue because they have the largest number of Jewish people within their municipalities of any municipality in the state of Victoria. And I have now got the great honour, unfortunately the Mayor of Glen Yarra cannot be here tonight because they've got their final council meeting of the year also this evening, but she sent her thanks to me and to the staff and to all the councillors, but most importantly, the Yarra community for all their love and solidarity that they've shown to the Jewish people in her area over the course of the past few days. And she has said that Alex, the Lord Mayor of Port Phillip, who's sitting here in the front row in a few seconds' time is going to address us, will be speaking on behalf of himself, but also on behalf of her and the two municipalities. Can you please give a warm welcome to the Mayor of Port Phillip, Alex Mackin.
Thank you very much, and I thank the City of Yarra for your support and your show of solidarity. I'm here today as the Mayor of the City of Port Phillip, Alex Mackin, and also bring the thanks of Councillor Simone Samud of the City of Glen Yarra. The City of Yarra, as Stephen as Mayor, was one of the first mayors, in fact, the first Mayor to reach out to myself, to Councillor Samud, offering solidarity, offering support. This is not about race, religion, cultural backgrounds, heritage. This is about standing up against hate and anti-Semitism. And it's fantastic that the City of Yarra was amongst the first councils offering its support. On behalf of the sector, myself and Councillor Samud have been coordinating a response on behalf of the sector. And it's overwhelming to see that the overwhelming majority of councillors have stood with us in this time of need, of support. City of Port Phillip, we were elected 2 weeks before the Adus Israel bombing last year. And that was actually in the City of Port Phillip. My council colleague, Councillor Libby Buckingham, who's an apology this evening, but that was one of the first things that she had to work with as a ward councillor. A year later, just over a year later, we are experiencing similar hatred, similar anti-Semitism. It is wonderful to see the City of Yarra standing with us, standing with our communities in solidarity, in demonstrating that we are one with the Jewish people in their time of need, and also in calling out anti-Semitism and hatred. So I want to thank, on behalf of the City of Port Phillip, on behalf of my communities, on behalf of our Jewish community, on behalf of the wider community as well, that show of solidarity and that show of support. So thank you very much on behalf of the City of Port Phillip. Thank you very much on behalf of the City of Glen Yarra. Thank you very much on behalf of the Jewish community, and thank you very much on behalf of our wider communities as well. This shows when local government comes together just how quickly we can move in support, just how quickly we can show that as the form of government closest to the people, that we stand as one. So I thank each and every one of you for your support. And thank you for the invitation here this evening as well. It's been wonderful to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I'm now going to ask any of you who are able to please stand for a 1 minute silence for the victims of the tragedy at Bondi on Sunday night. Thank you. Please be seated. And thank you again, Mayor Mackin and our CEO, Sue Wilkinson, will walk you out. I know you've got to go over to the Glen Ira meeting. Thank you again for attending. Thank you. Councillors, members of the public, we've got a massive agenda tonight, so we're going to try and get through it as quickly as possible within the constraints of making sure we don't walk over the democratic process in that endeavour. All the councillors are here tonight. We've got all relevant staff members. I have to say that tonight is the last meeting here at Yarra Council for the General Manager of Corporate Services, Kerry McGrath, who's had an extremely distinguished record with the Red Cross, with NGOs, but in particular in local government, and she's moving on to retirement to be closer to her family. I would like to say on behalf of everybody, all the staff here, all the councillors, and I'm sure all the public who've had to deal with Kerry over the years, thank you for your service to the City of Yarra and to the people of Victoria whose life you've worked with over the past period. Thank you, Kerry. I'd also just like to say we've got the first meeting for Matt Boff, the new General Manager, of Corporate Services, who's moved away as a rock star in his youth and now is in this position. So welcome to the City of Yarra. You'll definitely get your money's worth at this municipality. Moving right along, I'm going to ask all the councillors in alphabetical order a question, and if you do not have a conflict of interest, please respond, I do. First person will be Councillor Aston. The question is, do you declare that you've familiarised yourself with the matters being presented to this meeting and that you do not have a conflict of interest?
I do.
Councillor Crossland?
I do.
Councillor Davies?
I do.
Councillor Gomez?
I do.
Councillor Harrison?
I do.
Councillor Ho?
I do have a declare of conflict of interest, Mayor.
Yes, what's that for?
The item 7.2 on tonight's agenda, so I have to provide.
Annual grants to that. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie?
Yeah, I have a conflict of interest for item 7.8 North East Link Urban Design and Landscaping Plan submission. The property I live in sits right on the boundary and would be directly impacted by our position on infrastructure along the freeway.
Thank you. Councillor Wade?
I do.
And I do as well. We now want to confirm the minutes of the last meeting. There has, thanks to Councillor Wade, spotted there's a slight change to the minutes in terms of page 55, the road cash table relating to item 7.11. Be corrected to list Smith Street, Webb Street, Victoria as not an arterial road. So subject to that change, would somebody who was here last month please move the minutes of the last meeting? Councillor Wade, anyone would like to second that? Councillor McKenzie, all those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We'll move right along to public question time. I've got 4 people here that I'm aware of. The first person is Mohammed Abdul Rahman. If you're here, Mohammed, please come to the front. You've got 3 minutes to ask one question. Welcome, sir. Just press the button, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to raise this matter again. Since I last spoke at the previous meeting here. My team and I have met with Kerry and Vicky. We have also held 2 meetings with Victoria Police, including the new local area commander, Inspector Lachlan Watson. We have we've also received a detailed response from Assistant Superintendent Holly, and we contacted the AFP, Ethnic Communities Council of Victoria, and Multicultural Arts Victoria, seeking solutions. We understand that Victoria Police advised the Yarra City Council of the possibility of a protest in case we proceed with our booking for the festival, and the concern that it could become disruptive or violent. In response, we have developed a comprehensive, significantly reduce the risk of disruption. Victoria Police have also indicated that if the event proceeds, they would consider providing resources to help ensure it runs safely. Considering all of the above, my question will be to the CEO. Will you consider allowing our festival coordination team to meet with Kerry to discuss a constructive path forward? And if so, when could this happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Kerry McGrath.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question, Mohammed, and also for meeting with our team and myself on the 18th of November. At this meeting, we did detail the reasons why we've declined the request, pending any change advice from Victoria Police. Our risk assessment has concluded there still remains high safety risks to staff, contractors, festival attendees and the broader community that we cannot manage adequately to reduce that risk to an acceptable level. We also outlined at the meeting that if the advice did change from VicPol, then we would reassess that outcome, which we are currently doing. And as I let you know last week, I think it was late last week, I'll provide you with an update, most likely tomorrow in writing as well. So let's see where we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. The next person is Catherine Commons.
Hi, I'm Catherine. Mayor, our footpaths are clogged, and they've been clogged for a long time. They were small to begin with 150 years ago, and now we've got signs, bins, bike coops, dog bowls, furniture, trees and scooters. No wonder there's no room for actual people, whether they're with prams or wheelchairs. I'm from the interested but concerned group, which is the 78% of the people from the City of Yarra who are interested in active transport but haven't yet got there. We're people that haven't ridden a bike since we were in our teenage years, and the scooter program, effectively, was a stepping stone to that active transport. And we're also the cohort that is the most able group to be able to actually give up car ownership. We are the group that typically has second cars for bringing children to places where the children don't live at home anymore. We're on the verge of retirement, so again, it may not be a necessity to have anymore. But if you don't ask the question, you don't know whether people will give it up. And if you don't provide the opportunity to do that stepping stone, you're never going to get there. So in October this year, Council had a bit of a talk about it. They decided that it actually wasn't active transport, but from my experience, you've got to leave your house, you've got to stand on a moving object, and at my age, that actually is active, especially if you've actually got to try and avoid people or cars or whatever. We also had the unfortunate incident where actual elected councillors mentioned or said that they were happy with private ownership but not public and shared. Now that shows a bit of a lack of understanding of equality, and I think there's a bit to learn out of that. Recently, I believe, we hired a barrister to actually argue a case as if we didn't have any responsibility.
Catherine, you've got 30 seconds left. Can you get to your question, please?
Okay, my question is, considering that basic kick up the bum, really, to this council, are you now finally willing to actually put storage of cars on our public streets, kick that to the side and not accept that as a valid reason to argue against any progress? Because basically our reputation as a council is going through the mud.
But coming back to your question, we'll take it on notice. And if you stay around, as I think you often do, for the local law discussion tonight, you'll see that we're doing a lot on this matter. And in terms of the East Bike discussion, I think you might learn something from that too. So thanks, Catherine, for your time. The next question is from Mark Knopp. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mark Knopp. I'm also representing Peter Hewers and also Ed Peagle from Fergie Street, Fitzroy North. And my question is, the livability of Fergie Street, Fitzroy North is severely impacted when commercial activities occur out of hours. Can the City of Yarra please enforce the restrictions on out-of-hours private waste collection, which can start as early as 4 a.m. There have been 9 noise complaints about one particular private waste collection service since the 12th of May 2025. And the residents now receive verbal abuse from this company for taking the necessary photos for reporting to the City of Yarra. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Mary Osmond's going to respond to that.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mark, for your question. Firstly, I want to acknowledge and apologise to hear that the abuse that you as residents are receiving. I do understand that council compliance officers have been working with you and perhaps a number of the other residents within Fergie Street. I can confirm that officers will be undertaking the appropriate enforcement action and will continue to actively monitor this issue over the coming weeks and months. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
The next person is, and your colleagues as well. The next person is Joe Gagliano. Welcome, Joe.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to Councillor Harrison and Councillor Jolly on your re-election.
Thank you, Joe.
It seems the council really are not making parking in a whole precinct a priority. I sort of suggested previously and have been talking to lots of residents about making a precinct, an events precinct, with higher fines and firmer enforcement for parking for residents, but that was submitted. In fact, I was told that there were other areas of the municipality that also needed enforcement. I agree. I do not expect parking officers in the area around the MCG if there's an event at Princes Park or Victoria Park, but I do expect them when there are events at the MCG or Olympic Park. We're sort of averaging about 3 events per week at the moment in the precinct closest to Olympic Park and the MCG, and it's become almost impossible to park sort of 2 or 3 nights a week. And it's also really difficult because we've got 3, 4, 5 people piling out of a car and they're willing to be fined $120 because that's, $20, $15 each. They don't really care. I've been repeatedly informed that it's hard to get staff to attend work or fill shifts. That means that enforcement will be even more difficult no matter what you state. If you put up lots of signs informing people that higher fines and strict enforcement of restrictions will apply, then that can help deter lots of people parking in the area. It certainly works in and around Albert Park and Port Phillip, especially around Grand Prix time, when the restrictions are really enforced heavily. I've observed the increased presence around Rowena Parade of parking officers, and it's really appreciated, but we need it more often. My concern is for the whole precinct, from Bridge Road down to the river, Church Street, down to Punt Road. As I hear when I speak with many residents in the area, especially when I walk my dog, Bonnie, and am often in danger due to speeding motorists coming from outside the area. More on that later when we talk about the bikes. Who, by the way, residents support the idea of a precinct, as it seems obvious. In East Melbourne, the council closes local streets off. We don't want that, but the council doing more on events nights and days would be appreciated by residents. Exploring ways was a response to
30 seconds.
the idea, but it seems to be more time wasting and a massive loss of revenue. Putting in flashing lights like changing speed signs in the events precinct could be advantageous in the short term. The response to the events precinct seemed to be an outright no when it was suggested. It's a pretty simple solution.
You've got 10 seconds, Davies.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe, for your question. I will say that I think I've answered this question previously, but we think it is an idea worth exploring, and we will be exploring the events precinct around the park, around the MCG precinct. I will also say that council plans and staffs appropriately when we know that there are big events on. We have a huge events calendar which maps this across the year, whether it's the cricket, the tennis, the football or concerts. So I know that the team are pretty serious about enforcement in and around those areas, and we'll continue to work with residents to address this issue. So thanks again.
Councillor Davies.
Thanks for your question, Joe. You're not the only one. I'm certainly receiving similar questions throughout my ward. I'm not sure what the other councillors are experiencing. I just want to thank you and everyone in Richmond in particular for your patience while we're doing the curbside strategy review. It is unfortunately taking about 2 years. So since we started, we're probably going to see it by the end of next year. It's not a time frame I'm used to working with in the private sector, but I do appreciate your patience. That will go out for review. I believe I haven't been given the times. Maybe we can talk to the officers in the back. But it will be addressed directly next year. You'll have an opportunity to engage as every member here. I'm an advocate for precincts. There's a bit more conversation to go on internally on that. I'll be completely transparent. But we are addressing it. Anyone else that's a concern, we are addressing it, and we're here to change it and produce a better parking outcome for Richmond and Yarra.
Seb Gwinney. Welcome, Seb. You've tabled 5 questions, so hopefully, you know, just ask your number 1 question, please. And just press the button for the red light. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, Sebastian, as stated. Yeah, there are a couple of questions, but I think they sort of broadly fold into one theme, and that's just I'd like a bit more of a formal update, formal timeline on the proposed changes to Wellington Street. So the questions, I won't take the full 3 minutes, but when do the council expect to have revised plans on the proposal? Given the acknowledgement from the council has been that feedback's been around 4 to 1 against, what actions will the council take if revised plans?
Sorry, I know it sounds a bit pedantic, because if I let you do it, trust me, everyone will do it. You can only ask 1 question, so can you just try and, I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it and I'll stop the clock, so I'm not like, but if you can just get it to another, do you know what I mean? Because we have dozens of people who turn up here who've got time on their hands, and they'll ask 100 questions using you as a model. Just, yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, you don't need to stop the clock. I think broadly there's obviously been the proposal around Wellington Street. There's been significant feedback provided against that. I think the key thing is just what is the formal timeline from here relating to timelines, key milestones, community engagement, etc.
No, that's a great question. Mary Osman again, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Seb. As you were aware, the second phase of community engagement on the project was held this year. We've had a lot of feedback from the community, both positive and negative. We're currently compiling all of this feedback, and all of the information will be presented to a public council meeting in early 2026. We haven't got the exact date as yet, but we will keep the community informed. And we also are going to let all participants know who have consented to us providing responses back to them when that meeting will be held. So we'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Are there anyone else in the crowd that wants to ask a question, public question? Okay, we'll move on to the council business report. We've got 19 of them. So I'm going to ask my colleagues, starting with myself and all the people who are registered to speak, to try and keep it limited as possible. Councillor Gomez, you've got your hand up.
I do have, thank you, Mayor. I do have a motion I'd like to bring. Based on the number of people who are registered to speak, I'm asking my fellow councillors, just for the sake of efficiency, to bring 2 items closer to the front. So to make it, the 2 items are former agenda item 7.18, which is the tennis court modernisation project, and the second item being the planning permit trigger removals, the removal of red tape from heritage overlays. There's 9 and 7.
Yeah, just give me the number. So 718 for the first one.
So 718 becomes 7.4.
And the second one?
713 becomes 7.5.
Okay, thank you.
I'm moving that motion.
Is there a second to Councillor Davies? Would anyone like to speak against that? Councillor Ho wants to speak against it? No.
Shuffles every item with submitters up and does them in order that they are currently in. I'm just concerned, for example, that if we bump up 7.18, then the people who are here to speak for 7.6 and 7.9 kind of get screwed. And so what I'm saying is I agree. People, ones with submitters go earlier, but do them in the order they come. Would it be possible to do that?
Councillor Gomez, do you agree with that?
I just need some clarification, Councillor Wade. So does that mean that the 2 items I mentioned, which have 9 and 7 speakers, go next and then everyone else goes below that?
No, it would mean that we would skip 7.1 and 7.2 that don't have any submitters, but we do then 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, skip 7.7, skip 7.8, do 7.9, do 7.10, do 7.11, skip 7.12, do 7.13.
Okay.
It's just to try to make sure that the people who have come to speak thinking that they were at a certain point of the night vaguely retain that.
My response, sorry.
Go ahead, just...
My response is there's no easy way to do this, no right way to do this. I'll stand by my original motion and put it to the chamber.
Okay, and if it's defeated, we'll go with Councillor Wade's alternative. So is it okay? Is anyone going, I don't want to get shouted at here. We just vote on this straight away. Is that all right? All those in favour of the motion from Councillors Gomez and Davis, please raise your hand. Councillor Gomez, Davis, Ho, and Councillor Aston. Those opposed, Mackenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Crossland and Wade. So that is lost. Now we'll move your one.
Yes, I can list them all if you want, but I think the Mayor, you've got a run sheet and can do this yourself if
the
people get the
CEO's
gist.
helped me out here because I'll tell you, my head went to mush when you read all those out. So we're voting now on the Councillor Wade, seconded by Councillor Crossland alternative. Sorry, you got a question? Councillor Aston?
Sorry, there was 5 for Councillor Gomez's and only 4 for Sophie Wade's. Sorry, did you know what I mean? Like that 5 people voted for Councillor Gomez's motion.
Okay, we'll take that vote again. And if I did do that, I do apologise. All those in favour, let's just do the vote again.
Sorry, I misheard that.
Okay, so what we're doing now is voting on the alternative motion from Councillors Wade and Crossland. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Gomez, Mackenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Crossland, Wade and Aston. Those opposed, Ho. So that's carried. We've got the order in front of me, so I want to. We'll get straight into this. So we're 7.2. There's no 7.2. Okay, so we're going to start with 7.1, the Vietnamese Community 50th Anniversary Commemorative Marker Commission. We've got one submitter. Please come to the front, Tran Nguyen, from the Vietnamese Community in Australia Victorian Chapter. Welcome, Tan. If you just press the button, get the mic on, and you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Stephen Jolly, Mayor of the City of Yarra, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I wish to congratulate Mr. Jolly for his term as the mayor extended to the end of next year. I also congratulate Councillor Sharon Harrison for her appointment as the deputy mayor of the city of Yarra. I speak on behalf of the Vietnamese community in Victoria and also on behalf of the consultative group. I think that this evening is a very important day for the local Vietnamese Australian living and working in the city of Yarra. It's also a remarkable day for members of the Vietnamese community in Australia Victoria chapter. The city of Yarra will design and announce the winner of the creating the 50th anniversary commemorative marker to be built at the park at the corner of Lennox Street and Butler Street. We, the local residents and members of the Vietnamese community on Australia Victorian chapter, are grateful for the project we started early this year. With our valuable help from Councillor Gloria Nguyen, ex-mayor, and Councillor Herschel Landers, this project could not be realized. Thank you, Councillor Nguyen and Councillor Landers. This year, 2025, Australia, after the Vietnam War, Vietnamese refugees residing in North Richmond have contributed socially and commercially to the city of Yarra and have helped to change the business environment in Victoria Street. More Vietnamese and Chinese restaurant retail shops have opened in Victoria Street. North Richmond Victoria Street has become a name for tourists to visit whenever they come to this garden state. I myself have worked in North Richmond area for over 40 years. I witnessed many changes in this area. This was a good time. There was a good time and not so good time for the businesses in Victoria Street. The first generation business owners have retired and their adult children have fully integrated into the mainstream of Australian society. They have become professionals. They don't want to spend 12 hours a day at grocery shop and restaurant. Luckily, the second wave of Vietnamese immigrants
20 seconds.
Have arrived and continue to do the business. In the city of Yarra, there are two main projects. The first one has been built, the Victoria Street Gateway. The second project is the 50th anniversary commemorative marker. The Yarra City Council in 2024 approved the location.
You've come to the end of your time. Can you please draw your remarks to a conclusion?
On behalf of the Vietnamese community and the consultative group, we would like to thank all the councillors of the city of Yarra and all the staff, particularly Brona, Vicky, and Sue Wilkinson have helped a lot to us.
Thank you,
So
Tan.
that's what I will say today.
Thank you very much for that. Councillors, are there any direct questions to Vicky or Brona for this agenda item? No? I'm looking for a way forward. I've got a mover from Councillor Ho, seconder Councillor Wade. We'll just go straight into it. Councillor Nguyen, you've got 3 minutes to speak to the office recommendation. Ho, sorry, starting now.
Well, go through Mayor, I would like to formally, I'm fortunate that I lucky to be chair with this community group, consulting group, and working with Vicky, the officer, and Brune, with their expertise and contribution to make this the 50-year anniversary marker. I'd like to acknowledge and extend sincerely to the CPCG member, Mr. Tan Hai, Ha Nguyen, Thuy Vang, Stacy, Susie Wing, and Parker, and Tan Kam, O&M, and Bit Kam, and Yik Jack, and Hung Jun, who is part of this consult group, which the last 6 months I really enjoyed and make this tremendous that we're going to launch this in June in the Refugee Week for the market at Butler Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Yes, it'll be really exciting to get to see this marker after such a long time. I put this into the budget last year in 2024, and I'm really pleased to see such a beautiful design for it. So thank you very much to the community group for all your work, to all our staff for doing your job so well and coming up with such a beautiful design. It will be really wonderful to celebrate that event next year.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Crossland.
Just very briefly, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, yes, to echo what's been said. Big thank you to the Community Project Consultative Group and everyone that's been supportive of this. I think it's a really exciting occasion and it should be celebrated. And I think this is a fabulous way to do it. I absolutely love the artwork that's going ahead. I think that in itself is fantastic. And I'd like to, as has been touched on already, particularly thank the former Mayor and Councillor Claudia Nguyen for really driving this within the councillor group, and obviously the last councillor term in supporting progressing it to this point in time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Would you like to exercise your right of reply, Councillor Ho? No? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. Well done, everybody. We'll move on to 7.3, intersection upgrades. Engagement results. We're going through the order of the agenda slightly different as per the motion from Councillor Wade. So we're now on to intersection upgrades. We've got 5 people who want to address the meeting at this who have registered. So the first person is Heather Riva-Sharp. Heather, you're welcome to come to the front. Press the button and you've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask Council if they can consider, this is for the intersection of Scotchmere and St George's Road, through in and out, no turning lanes. And I think that, you know, it's restricted the traffic through that intersection, and that's what we really need at St George's Road. Also, the light cycles, the red light cycle facing Scotchmere Street, can it be considered that it beats the ratio of traffic, which would be 4:1? So that's the red light cycle facing Scotchmere Street. They've been altered recently and they're allowing a lot of traffic just to fly through the area, and it feeds traffic right throughout North Fitzroy. And this area has a heritage overlay on it, so it really needs protection. So could measures like this be considered to force the traffic to slow down or limit it through the area? That's about all I had to say.
Thanks very much, Heather. Appreciate that. The next person is Victoria Chipperfield. Welcome, Victoria. The button's already on, Victoria, so you're all good to go.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and officers. The council has committed considerable resources over many years to developing infrastructure for cyclists. Unfortunately, and I'm not sure if this is the case, but it seems to have come at the cost of the most essential infrastructure that enables all constituents to get around: footpaths. The footpaths in 3121 have not been properly repaired or replaced for years and are now in spectacularly appalling condition, including those on main streets. They are so bad that I've witnessed young, fit, healthy people trip and fall. Several residents have shared stories of requiring hospitalisation for surgery to wrists and shoulders after tripping and falling. Footpaths provide accessibility to the community for everyone, are the most environmentally friendly and financially cost-effective, yet the ongoing focus of constituents' limited resources has been to increase bike lanes and is disproportionate to the benefits for the wider community. I respectfully request the funding for future cycling projects in 3121 be delayed to enable a full cost-benefit analysis for the community and possibly even develop a new deal for pedestrians network project. Not everyone can ride a bike. Everyone uses footpaths. Just a couple of thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. The next person is Aidan Barrett-Dunn. Welcome, Aidan. Aidan's not here. We'll move on to Alexis Arrowsmith. Welcome.
Is this on? Yep.
Yeah, it's on. You can just far away.
Thank you. My name's Alexis Arrowsmith. I live on Hollick Street, Richmond, and I've emailed you all about this matter. In short, in reference to the Johnson Street, Victoria Street changes, in short, bike box, head start lantern, detector loop, go for it. Other elements, no. My neighbours and I love our precinct. It has quirks which are thoughtful and well designed. This proposal will destroy some of those thoughtlessly. There is no justification for why these changes are necessary, particularly when weighed against firstly unwarranted cost as well as the very real objections of the residents in the immediate vicinity. There is no safety issue. The proposal will remove at least 4 car spaces. Councillors, you resolved on 11 February that you reaffirm your position that the removal of parking should only occur if there is local community support within the ward and locality directly affected. There isn't. The council is aware of the critical parking pressures in the immediate precinct. Cycling is great, but the reality is Yarra isn't comprised solely of people for whom cycling is an option for everything. We have differently abled people, people who work shifts, females travelling after dark, people with young children balancing childcare, school drop-off and employment start times within 10 minutes of each other, tradespeople, visitors and carers. To assume cars can be replaced by bikes is incredibly privileged, blunt and presumptive. The agenda papers for this meeting are misleading. I note the repeated reliance on the NDC, referring to things which are not aligned as non-compliant is very misleading and one could say rather deceptive. The NDC is not a law or a regulation. The papers repeat comments only when it serves officers' proposals. Council notes some feedback appeared non-supportive, was approving of elements. The same is not reflected when people who were in support of the bike box don't support the removal of the car parks. This was not passed. Cost is a prohibitive factor when moving curbs to widen lanes in the documents, but not when narrowing Hollick Street. It is pick and mix. On the narrowing of Hollick Street by straightening the curb. This design was intentional. It's in the original council minutes I've read. They can't park or go through. They turn around and they exit minimum 30 times a day. I work from home in the front window. The curved curb allows that to happen safely. Narrowing will force cars to reverse into Johnson Street's oncoming traffic and into cyclists. The proposal is bewilderingly ignorant of the realities of the intersection. No other justification than greening is proposed. We love street trees. We have the widest, some of the widest nature strips in Yarra. I have 14 trees in my tiny yard. It's not justified. Council is an incredibly powerful element of our democratic system, and small things, as you know, make a big difference to people's lives. This isn't a greater good. I encourage you to please reject those parking elements and curb changes and redirect our attention elsewhere. Thank you.
That's very impressive. You read the minutes from the 1920s. That is really mind-blowing. Matt Douglas, last speaker. Welcome, Matt.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm Matt. Nice to meet you all. I lived in Collingwood for the last 5 years and recently moved up to Fitzroy North with my wife and my young kid. We've got another one coming in March. And my parents are down on the Richmond side, so I'm spending a lot of my time these days going from the northwest of Yarra down to the southeast. And as a result, very familiar with these areas and directly impacted by these changes as a cyclist, a car driver, and at times as a pedestrian as well. And I'm here to support the staff's recommendation, option 1, which is to proceed with the intersection upgrades. My view is that these will deliver significant safety improvements for pedestrians and cyclists at the cost of, at most, some minor inconveniences for those travelling by car. And we know that accidents and safety compromises happen mostly at intersections. So this is a really smart way for council to increase the safety of our streets. And so ultimately, I think this comes down to a personal view about your priorities. Some people will not be willing to trade inconvenience for safety, and that's fine. My personal opinion is that safety comes over convenience for cyclists. But also, the council's strategy is to prioritise pedestrians and bikes, then public transport, then vehicles for people with disabilities, then freight, then cars. And these proposals are generally aligned with that strategy. So proceeding with them will set Yarra up for success in the future. So I'm supporting the staff's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for your submission. Councillors, now we're asking you if you've got any direct questions to Simon Exon or Philip Mallis. Councillor Harrison. We'll just wait for the officers, maybe. Welcome, Simon, Phil, and Mary. And once they've sat down, Councillor Harrison, can you ask your question, please?
Okay, my first question is about Table 6, which is summary of considerations, which does not include bike boxes as an option. Can you comment on why that hasn't been included in the summary of options?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question? We're just getting ourselves set up here.
No problem. Okay, so table 6 of the report refers to a summary of considerations which does not include bike boxes as an option. Can you just comment on that, please?
So thank you, Councillor, for that question. The short answer is that was an oversight as to listing every single possible intervention in that table.
Okay, so
Harrison, you got another question?
So a follow-up question then. Can you comment on the efficacy of bike boxes? Because many of the councillors are interested in this as a safety option. Can you please comment on both the costs and benefits of bike boxes?
Of course, thank you for the question. So the cost of a bike box is low. It requires paint. The safety benefits to them are low to medium, depending on how they're coupled with other safety improvements. By themselves, they're low, but they can have greater safety benefits when combined with others. The design complexity is low to medium, and the reason for that is because it does require an external approval from the Department of Transport, because we have to make changes to an intersection, and that requires getting a written agreement from the department to make any changes to an intersection in Yarra.
So just to follow up then, because I think bike boxes are one of the things many of the councillors are asking about. Low to medium benefit with minimal changes around parking or those sorts of things. Can you please comment on that?
Of course, thank you for the question. So the general timeframe we look at for that would be 2 years, possibly 3. Even for something relatively small as that, it does take up to 12 months to get approvals from the state government. We have to do a range of other documentation for the state government to approve it, depending on what the change is exactly.
Ms Osmond? Oh, CEO, sorry.
Through you, Mayor, if I can just add, I've been in discussions with senior DTP staff about the impact of the DTP approval process. Notwithstanding design and procurement and all those things which I actually can't talk to, I'm hoping to meet, we're having a big, sort of a broad discussion about perhaps exploring a trial with a handful of councils in the department on these approvals to see whether or not there's a way to fast track it. So notwithstanding the advice that my colleague has provided about a year approval, that's as it stands at the moment, but there is some acknowledgement at DTP that that's just not good enough. So I think it's the right advice that Mr Mallis has provided for right now, but we are continuing to work on that.
Many more questions have you got? Well, can we just let someone else have a crack and then we'll come back to you. Councillor Wade?
Yes. I was wondering through you, Mayor, officers, if you could just speak to why these projects were chosen in the first place?
Of course, thank you, Councillor. So the reasons for them are many and vary depending on the location. All of them are located on the New Deal for cycling and listed as non-compliant. Many of them had road safety audits completed that identified safety issues that needed to be addressed. Many of them have a history of crashes. And there were other pedestrian improvements that were identified in these locations. Other ones had trees that were identified as needed in these locations. So it depends on the location, but those are the broad reasons, and I think Simon has something to add.
Mr Exxon, yeah?
Yeah, I can add to that briefly. So some of them we've received feedback from the community, for example, the Transport Advisory Committee. Others are kind of early works for potentially future corridor studies, so it's what can we do in advance of those studies, noting how long they take and how big they are. So there's, as Phil said, there's a range of reasons why we've selected those. Just to note as well, there are a number in the southern half of Yarra that was in response to previous council directions to increase the amount of cycling in that area of Yarra and to get the numbers up to something comparable to the northern half of Yarra. So as we've discussed, it takes a while for projects to go through the process from when we were told to identify these projects to be in this room with you now to discuss what we'll be delivering. So as Phil said, multiple reasons.
We're on the second agenda item of a 19 agenda item, not including petitions, questions without notice. So I'm going to ask for further questions from councillors, only if they're absolutely necessary. We've got two, Councillor Wade and Councillor Harrison have tabled two suggested way forwards, and I'm keen to get onto them as soon as possible. I'm going to go with Councillor Gomez and then back to Councillor Harrison.
Just a very quick question through you, Mayor, and the question can be taken on notice. We heard from Heather Sharp tonight that there's a general feeling that perhaps when the bike boxes get the head start, or bicycles get a head start, that the pedestrians crossing could also get the same head start. I'm foreshadowing an amendment to the motion tonight, but is that something that we should look at generally?
Thank you for the question. The short answer is yes. In most cases, at least that I can think of, pedestrians and bikes get the same head start a few seconds ahead of traffic, and it's definitely something we can look at for all the projects.
Very quick.
Councillor Davies.
Very quick on the back, on the head start. How long does it take to put a head start lamp in?
Thank you for the question. The short answer is similar timeframes to a bicycle head start box. Again, it's those approvals that is the main hold-up and the documentation that is required to get those done.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, so my next question is about the proposed changes in Wertheim Street. I've reviewed LAPM 19. There is no reference to issues in that location or any proposed projects that were suggested at that time. Can you explain where this proposal has come from? Because I haven't seen any data to back up why we're pursuing that.
Required improvements for walking, and as part of the proposed plans, we do have improvements for pedestrians there, including curb ramps, and it was identified as an unsafe road layout, but not as a priority in that road safety study. It's also located on the New Deal for Cycling network and the the Richmond Shimmy route, which runs east-west through there, and the road safety audit identified it as a safety issue.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm looking for Councillor Wade.
Quick one. We've had some valid questions raised during submissions about the pedestrian infrastructure in Richmond. We've recently done a walking audit. Could you please talk us through what we're doing as a result of the audit that we've conducted on pedestrian facilities in Yarra?
Yes, thank you for the question. Very briefly, Council conducted a New Deal for Walking audit in the last financial year, which produced 2 documents. One looked at shared zones and narrow streets, of which there are many in Richmond and Yarra, and looking at ways to improve those and some principles we can use in the future when we're designing and resheeting roads. The second part of that was a GIS assessment which looked at prioritising locations around Yarra and what interventions would be required to do things like improve accessibility, maintain footpath widths, install missing curb ramps, install missing tactile paving, and a range of other projects that we're working through at the moment for Council to consider in future budgets.
Okay, thank you. I've got two suggested way forwards. I'm going to ask Councillor Harrison and Wade. Is there any possibility, maybe I'm being naive here, of them merging or one no? Okay. Councillor Wade, I'm going to take Councillor Wade's motion first because she tabled hers first. Councillor Wade, before we do that, what I'm going to ask you and Councillor Harrison to do is just explain what you want to do, and then I'll ask Councillor Harrison in your motion what she wants to do so people will know. So if they prefer her one, they'll vote yours down and vote for you, or vice versa. So, Councillor Wade, this is not you moving it, it's just explaining what the gist of your motion is, please.
Mine is the officer recommendation, but with an amendment at 4A that for the Lennox and Swan Street Richmond intersection, the bicycle head start lantern be retained and be installed, and an addition of paragraph 5, which asks that capital budget not expended as a result of the cancellation of these projects to the mid-year budget review process and receives any officer recommendation on reallocation of the budget so that it's getting used on street furniture, bike hoops, pedestrian upgrade projects, uncontroversial things.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison, your motion is, the requesting councillors, actually 5 of you, Aston, Gomez, Ho, Davies and yourself. So can you not speak to it? Just explain to us what the gist of this is and how it differs, if at all, from Councillor Wade's motion, please. Microphone, please.
This is the whole thing or just the variations with mine? Because I've got the green variation.
No, you just need to explain what your motion would do different. Like, why should we vote for your one over the other one, so to speak?
Okay.
Not speaking to it, just explain what it is.
Yep, okay. Look, basically, all of the yellow that's been put forward, there are several changes that have been requested by ward councillors who've been consulting with the community around suggested changes and best approaches to move forward. Effectively, that is what this is. There's a huge amount of it. Yeah, there's too much to describe here, really, but that's effectively what we're looking at. I think the only difference between in terms of the specific thing that Councillor Wade was including is that I was requesting funding allocated to the council projects to be reallocated to cycling, in brackets, bike box and bike lanterns, and pedestrian safety improvements, and that officers prepare a list of priority locations for such improvements.
Okay, thank you to both of the councillors for explaining their motions. Councillor Wade, have you got a seconder, please? Councillor Aston is seconding Councillor Wade's. We're doing Councillor Wade's at the moment. Councillor Wade, have you got a seconder? Councillor Crossland. Councillor Wade, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Yes. So I was somewhat reluctant to move this at all. I appreciate the officer's recommendation, but I actually probably would have gone ahead with the Lennox Street and Swan Street intersections and the Lennox Street and Bridge Road intersections. For me, the absolute primacy thing with these kinds of projects is safety. These projects have been identified because they will make people safer, they'll make pedestrians safer, they'll make cyclists safer, and safety is something we want. We want our kids to be able to cycle to school, we want our old people to be able to walk to the shops. We want that. To the extent that there have been some valid things written, like for example the Wertheim Street one, maybe we don't need bike parking there, maybe we could have had a garden bed instead. I think those could have been introduced. I've chosen to move this motion in this way to try to salvage something about the Lennox Street and Swan Street intersection that I think is uncontroversial amongst councillors, which is to retain the bicycle head start lantern, which at least gives that bit of distance between bikes and cars when they move in traffic. And then the reason, and Councillor Harrison, this is particularly to you, at paragraph 5 that I've suggested this version in the end is my concern after hearing what the CEO and officers said was that bike boxes and bicycle headlight start lanterns that haven't already been approved, like the Swan Street one, just won't be in the next short period. And so given we've got some funding available to us this financial year, I would love to see that put into walking audit outcomes, put into bike hoops that we know we've got businesses across Yarra requesting at the moment, and to do that this financial year while we've got some funding available. That's why I am moving this motion, and as a general kind of proposition, it goes to safety, and that's really what I'm trying to achieve.
Thank you. Councillor Crossland.
Thank you very much. Look, I feel Councillor Wade's touched on much of it. I was largely supportive of the officer recommendations. I would have liked to have seen more of things go ahead. But as Councillor Wade just touched on in particular, if we're not going ahead with projects, the funding needs to go somewhere, and bike boxes aren't going to, like the jump start lights with the bike boxes, aren't going to be able to be delivered this financial year, so there'll be projects effectively lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion of Councillor Wade and Crossland? Councillor Davies.
Quickly, yep. The greatest respect to Councillor Wade and Councillor Crossland. The Richmond community in my ward do not want these bike lanes. If we went around and we spoke to everybody like I have in multiple, and if you look at the data in the documents from the feedback from the community, they don't want these infrastructure. We're not here to impress on them something they do not want. In terms of the money, well, I think the Head Start lamp is a great idea, and it'll be contemplated perhaps in a better way in the other version from Councillor Harrison and Aston. In terms of saving money, we don't have to just spend it because we're saving it. It can go back into the budget and allow everybody out there to pay less rates. So we can just be a little bit more careful with our money and apply it more thoughtfully. Thanks. So I won't be accepting your motion.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Wade, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yes. So the reason an officer's mentioned this, that these projects were geared more towards the Richmond area, is because we had people all through last term and since crying out for more safe infrastructure in Richmond. We had people telling us that they wanted safer infrastructure in Richmond, that they didn't feel safe getting around their own neighbourhoods. I am quite conscious that the results in this report, they vary quite a lot from 40%, about 40% to 60% kind of bracket, I think generally was the amount of support that they had. This is a personal choice for councillors, and I didn't see that as them being widely condemned. I don't claim to have spoken to every individual in Richmond, and I with respect, doubt that you have as well, Councillor Davies.
Point of order, I wasn't expressing a personal opinion, I was expressing data. So.
Yeah, that's not really a point of order, but I take your point. Can we just, Councillor Wade, we've stopped the clocks, so you haven't lost any time.
So we don't know what everybody thinks, but at the end of the day, if people are made more safe, and those conversations aren't always had in the context of safety, and I think most people would say that they want kids to be safe getting to school, that they want older people to be able to walk to the shops, that they want all those things that I said earlier, and when it comes to that, I think most people agree. And so from my point of view, safety is paramount, and I think the community agrees on that as a general proposition, and that's why I'm putting this up tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. We'll go to vote on that. All those in favour of the motion from Councillor Wade and Crossan, please raise your hand. Councillor McKenzie, Crossan and Wade. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Davies, Gomez, Ho, Jolly, Harrison, Aston, that is lost. We'll move on to the motion, alternative motion from Councillor Harrison and Aston. Councillor Harrison, you've got 3 minutes to speak to that starting now.
Looking through the engagement results was actually from the consultation that in many instances these proposed projects were not actually supported by the residents who would be most affected by the proposals. There were many questions about why a project had been proposed. There wasn't adequate detail about what the rationale was, what problem was being solved. And I have to be perfectly honest, this is actually a question that I've been grappling with the Transport Action Plan for many, many months, asking these questions because I could not understand the rationale. In the instance of Wertheim Street, I am a regular cyclist and pedestrian in that area, and I actually don't understand the reasons why we were proposing these projects. The request from residents to deal with visibility issues at the other end of Wertheim Street, in Jago Street and Bendigo Street, had actually not been addressed. People had been asking for that, and that had been ignored. So what really needs to happen now from my perspective is that we actually hear from the community about what they want, what they need, what will actually improve the situation in their streets. And I think that the amendments that have been put forward in this alternate motion tonight will start the process of doing that, because we actually need to see data to demonstrate why we are proceeding with some of these projects, and that will be a far better starting point, along with community consultation, to actually complete these projects. I think what we will find is that they've actually just been delayed because we actually haven't consulted with the community in the first instance. So that is what I wish to ensure happens now and going forward with any of these projects, that we work with the community and that we actually listen to what they need. So I think that's the main thing here, and that we're making decisions based on data, and we have a clear understanding of what safety or traffic issues that we're actually trying to solve. So I look forward to that happening, and I really hope that we can progress transport projects of all sorts.
30 seconds.
And we just need to find a better way forward.
Thank you. Councillor Aston, seconding.
Having reviewed the extensive feedback provided by the community, visited with residents and business owners, and as a regular user of the Lennox and Hyatt Street intersection, I'm proposing an alternative for that intersection in collaboration with an on-site visit with the officers that meets the core safety concerns for cyclists, prevents additional congestion from traffic, limits the adverse impact on residents and businesses, and significantly limits the loss of parking in a neighbourhood where that is already extensively limited. I think all amendments proposed by local ward councillors have followed a similar process, and I think this is an approach that balances residents' concerns with a focus on core safety measures for cyclists and to balance the use of our streets. Importantly, none of these prohibit further works in the future should clear evidence for the need of those be presented. So I think this is a good compromise that listens to both sets of users, you know, cyclists, pedestrians, residents, car drivers, etc., and seeks to move forward in a way that will definitely won't meet everybody's expectations, but will annoy people equally and make sure everybody gets a bit of something without people feeling like they've significantly lost out. It's a very tricky thing to do, to balance the use of our streets, but it's important that we listen to the people most affected by it as well as the people who use the streets. So I think that this is an appropriate way to move forward. I think all the ward councillors have done their best to engage with the local community, to listen to the feedback and to work with the officers. So I hope this passes.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak? Councillor Gomez.
So just very quickly, I'd like to thank Councillors Aston and Harrison for reaching out to me to ask what my thoughts were on this amendment. I support the officer's view. The design work for the Scotchman Street and St George's Road intersection is overdue. I've done what Councillor Aston said. I've talked about it in my ward meetings. I've done social media and I've talked to the community widely. They're broadly in support. I think this particular intersection has got the highest approval number. I think it's in the high 60s or early 70s. I can't quite remember the exact number. All I ask for as an amendment is to take the feedback of some of our residents that pedestrians can't be forgotten. And if we're trying to improve the safety for cyclists, as we should also allow the same.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland.
Yeah, thank you. The reason, the amendment or the alternate motion that Councillor Harrison and Aston are putting here is a one of consultation and communication between councillors and us with the community. I've done several town halls, both myself and with the Mayor, in Richmond and around Richmond and in Burnley with Councillor Harrison. The consensus, the overwhelming consensus is that Richmond do not want locked down streets with bike lanes. Yes, they want to use bikes. They love the idea of head starts. This was almost unanimous at every single town hall. Absolutely unanimous. I will not listen to my community with what they're asking for. They do not want the bike lanes imposed. That was a key element of conversation at the council elections. That's why I'm sitting here to make the changes I'm backing today. The Head Start lamps are something I've always promoted that allow riders to move forward on multiple intersections. We can spend far less money providing free-flowing bicycle traffic through Richmond on multiple intersections, rather than having just one or two lanes here and there that choke Lennox Street to pieces, when we have Cremorne Street intersection with Swan Street absolutely choking Richmond. To close down Lennox Street where it meets Swan Street will be diabolical. And we cannot do that. It would thump traffic through Rowena Parade, which is a residential street. And I'm sure many people up here who live in the upper part of Yarra who have constantly also talked about congestion and people rat running. I can tell you, we are near the biggest sporting centre in the southern hemisphere. We are an eastern corridor. We have 2 or 3 of the largest arteries, traffic arteries coming down from the eastern corridor. We are vastly different from the northern part of Yarra, so we have a vastly different need. And I hope people can understand that. I will not dictate to councillors up in Fitzroy about what they need. I will listen to them. And that's why their needs are different to Richmond. And I thank the councillors, the independent councillors, for working with me for what Richmond needs. And so I like this motion because it delivers on need. It's not a blanket one size fits all. We'll tell you our way or the highway. This is a way of working with each other and meeting the needs of each ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. I welcome bike boxes. I welcome signalised head starts, but they need to be coupled with infrastructure to support it to provide genuine safety. These were developed after we've heard from community. I appreciate we're hearing that people in Richmond don't want it. as a former Melbourne Ward councillor, which covers pretty much all of Richmond except for one tiny pocket, it's something that came across really clearly last term while I was a councillor there, that they wanted more infrastructure investment in the area for bikes because they felt it was really not equal with the north, as has been touched on. It's something people were asking for. It's not necessarily saying it was universal, but most things on council aren't. I think it's a shame and a missed opportunity if we don't progress with bolder initiatives to support our community to cycle and to get around how they want to safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. Anyone else? Would you like to exercise your right of reply, Councillor Harrison? 2 minutes, starting now.
All I want to say actually is that we're listening to the community members. We thank the people that attended here tonight. I think what they are actually calling for is balance and considering the needs of all users of our streets. So I think that is the priority that we need to work on. It's about sharing our streets and finding ways forward together that actually look after everybody, not just one group or another. So that's the key thing that I think we need to focus on.
Thank you. We'll vote on this motion. All those in favour of the motion from from Councillor Harrison and Aston, please raise your hand. Davies, Gomez, Ho, Jolly, Harrison, Aston. Those opposed, Mackenzie, Crossland and Wade. That is carried. Thank you. We're 3 down, 16 to go. Agenda items I'm talking about, not including questions without notice and petitions. So please, 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 councillors, let's try and speed it up if we can. The next thing we've got is Yarra's annual grants. Sorry, it's not. It's the local law review, stage 2 community engagement, 7.4. We've got one registration. Jeremy Hope, welcome Jeremy from the Bridge Road Traders Association. Please press the button and you've got 3 minutes.
Plus 600 hard-working business owners of Bridge Road in Richmond. We've also just found out that we are the largest member-based precinct in Main Street, Australia. I would also like to thank the councillors and officers for their support of our inaugural Christmas Artisan Market on December 6th. It's greatly appreciated and was well received. I'm speaking on item 7.4. This agenda item responds in part to the notice of motion supporting local businesses, 9 July 2024 council meeting, which the Bridge Road Traders Association was highly supportive of, as it sought to address, where possible, a range of issues commonly experienced by businesses. This included potential changes to laws and streamlining planning processes to make it easier for businesses to get on with the job of providing great places for our local community to shop, socialise, conduct business and support our local economy. Both local and state government processes can be complicated, expensive, time-consuming and uncertain, putting many businesses off from wanting to come to our precinct. By going out for consultation on the local law review, it will allow community members and businesses to review what's proposed and make submissions. From a business's perspective, this will mean businesses will be able to have a say on the local laws and the possibility of making it easier for businesses to just get on with things and not unnecessarily get caught up with long, often costly and seemingly unnecessary tricky processes that can make it challenging at times with conducting business. I encourage your support for the officer recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. You're the only submitter, so can you just turn that off before you go? Thanks very much, and to you and your organisation for all the great work you do on Bridge Road and helping Smith Street as well recently. That was fantastic.
Can I just make a quick point, very quick?
Yes.
I just want to thank Jeremy for contributing to the Christmas festivities on Bridge Road. Looks fantastic. Thanks also to officers for doing that as well, but that combined effort, amazing. Bridge Road really lifts, it's amazing.
No worries. I'm going to move the officer recommendation, but are there any questions to Councillor Aston? You've got a question to the relevant officers, which will be Catherine Pound and Darren Borg. So once I sit down, Councillor Aston, just kick into it ASAP, please.
Sorry, I have two very quick ones, and they're really just a clarification of some things that are in the report. First of all, on page 4 of this report point D2, it talks about there being a 1 hour limit for commercial bins, but in the local law document itself, section 2.11 says 3 hours. Could we just confirm that it is the 3 hours, not the 1 hour?
Through you, Mayor, yeah, apologies, that is a typo. So we've reverted to the 3 hours for the commercial bins, yeah.
And also too, just in the officer recommendation point 2, where it says authorise the General Manager of City Sustainability and Strategy to make minor editorial changes to the documents prior to public exhibition, could you just elaborate a bit on what that would involve?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, so that's so the GM can make changes when we go through our legal review, because there might be some minor changes to the way things are worded, not necessarily the way the clauses are, if that sort of makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to move the officer recommendation. Is there a seconder? Councillor Harrison? Okay, so I'll speak to this. What gets the media when they're talking about Yarra Council are all the sort of big stuff, you know, live music and co-health and our position on public housing and all the rest of it, and that's all great. But 99% of the work of Yarra Council is actually quite boring, but it's actually the real work of council. It relates to implementing our local laws, and most of the fines that come into your letterbox, if you get any, come from that. So even though it looks like a really, really boring agenda item, I really would encourage everyone listening in tonight and everyone in the audience to read this, because it's only once a decade, literally only once a decade, we get an opportunity to review our local laws. So what we're doing tonight is we've made some changes, and I'll very quickly tell you what they are, some of them, and we're putting them out for your input. You might look at it and say, this is crazy. What the hell are this mad council doing? We want to hear that. Approvals for food and health registrations to help local business and to boost the local economy. Cutting red tape. We want to hammer and clamp down on shopping trolleys being dumped in the city of Yarra. And we want to hammer and aim our ire at the Woolies, but in particular Woolies, but also Coles and Aldi and all the rest of them, who do not police their trolleys, and in certain parts of the municipality, they're just left like confetti for the residents to deal with. We want to keep our streets clearer for people, especially pedestrians in wheelchairs and pedestrians pushing prams. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in the local law to tighten up on that, to residents in terms of bins when they should come in and should come out, in terms of businesses when they come in and they should come out. You might think we're being too harsh, you might think we're being too soft, but we really, really want your input. And the last thing, highlight of the thing is tagging. We want to require fencing of dilapidated buildings to discourage tagging to make the place look terrible. That makes the place look terrible. So these are things that we're proposing. You might not like them. You've got plenty of time to give us the feedback before we make a decision on these local law changes next year. So please have a look over your Christmas. What else could you do? What would be the better than reading local law number 1 over your Christmas break and telling everyone at Christmas Day what you think about our changes? Councillor Harrison in seconding.
Yes, look, the thing that excites me the most in here is the importance of the new principles, and particularly that which applies to accessible places, because the local laws have a huge impact on our streets. It's a shared asset for the whole community, and we want to make sure that those streets are accessible for everyone, whether you're pushing a pram, whether you've got a wheelchair, whether you've got some kind of other mobility issue. Our streets are for everyone, and I'm really pleased to see that the principle of accessible places is a very high priority in the local laws. There's lots of other stuff that will are geared towards improving amenity in the municipality, and so I'm very excited about this. Other councillors might be excited too. I know lots of them like laws. Yes, please have a read, provide your feedback. We really want to hear from you. And thanks to those who've already done so, because these themes that we've got here are actually very much driven from the feedback that we already received from the community in the first round of consultation, particularly around our footpaths. So thanks to everyone that's already participated, and please provide feedback on this document. It's a big tome, but it's worth a read.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this topic? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a really exciting piece of work, and I do really hope people engage with it, because it's going to offer people a lot of opportunities to do things differently, and I think that is really, really valuable. In particular, as we've heard, had Jeremy Hope here on behalf of Bridge Road Traders Association. This is a real opportunity for change for business, streamlining processes, and that was one of the fundamental reasons why I moved the notice of motion supporting local business back last year, which is cited as one of the strategic drivers for many of the changes in this, which is really exciting because we were finding businesses were really getting stuck on things that shouldn't be problematic, that shouldn't be tripping them up. And our ability to look at them now and see if we can remove them or reduce what those hurdles are, or just make it easier for businesses to get on with what they're meant to be doing, which is helping provide great places for our community to shop, to recreate and have a great time. And there are so many other aspects to local laws, but I won't get into all of them now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Crossland. Anyone else? Councillor Davies.
Yep, very quickly, I think, just to lead on from Councillor Crossland's points, less laws means less cost. It's really just that simple. I think something, and I'd really like to thank the officers for working with us to do that, but I'd now respectfully ask that you help us do that as well, to take the reins of council off your daily life and just make it a bit easier just to get on with things. Something I've been advocating for as part of this is so you don't have to get a permit to paint your front fence of your house now. You can just do it. You don't have to get a tradie and get a permit for short-term tradie visits. You can just do it. These are on the ground floor. These are the kinds of things we want to loosen up and just give you a little bit more freedom of movement without having to consult and get permission from council every day of the week. Cost off you to make it just a little bit easier, or where you think we need to apply something. Maybe you think we need an extra law, but it's really important that we hear from you.
Thank you. Well, I won't exercise my right of reply, so we can go straight to the vote on that matter. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. Thank you all. We'll move on to 7.5, submission to Melbourne Water's updated flood mapping engagement. We've got one registration from Shane Delphine from Yarra Climate Action Now. Shane, welcome. You know the drill, just press the button. You've got 3 minutes. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. This particular issue came up at a ward meeting with Councillor Gomez that I attended, and the discussion there was about the drainage and the amount of money that Yarra's been spending on drains. And while drains obviously do provide a first line of defence against flooding, changes to the management of the water, the way the water moves through our streets, can also have a significant impact. Another name for this management of water in the streetscapes is known as water-sensitive urban design. And the reality is Yarra's streetscapes are just terribly deficient in the way that water is managed. And the impact of this deficiency is felt not only in relation to the diminished flood mitigation that we could otherwise see in our streetscapes. In recent times, YCAN has been vocal in calling out the generally parlous state of street gardens across Yarra, due in large measure also to a lack of water-sensitive urban design measures. Our street gardens frequently lie encapsulated in hard surfaces such as bluestone or in curbs. And as a consequence, due to the lack of water, most vegetation can't survive in those confined spaces. More verdant street gardens will be a massive asset to Yarra. They'll improve the amenity of our streetscapes, improve biodiversities and mitigate heat island effects. So the rollout of water-sensitive urban design across our streetscapes thus will bring benefits in not only to flood mitigation, but to all the areas I've just talked about. Currently the shape of our streetscapes is largely dictated by traffic management solutions. This needs to change. YCAN urges councillors to prioritise spending on water-sensitive urban design measures in the 2026-2027 council budget.
30 seconds.
And also, importantly, to help nurture cultural and organisational change at the City of Yarra that will be necessary to ensure that this spending has the greatest effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Before I ask for questions, just to let you all know, we've got an alternative motion from Councillor Gomez. Are there any burning questions to the officers, Kate Yuncken or George Langlia? Jörg. No questions? Okay. Councillor Gomez, can you just explain?
Thank you, Mayor. I want the officer...
Don't speak to it yet.
Officer submission is very good. I just want to add 3 more points to it, which is seeking more clarity on the impact of the New Melbourne water flood maps on home insurance. Just reinforcing that our commitment to seek state and federal funding to upgrade our stormwater network, and to also emphasise the officer's request that state government release their guidance on applying the new flood planning provisions and the impact on our housing targets for Yarra.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison seconding. Okay, Councillor Gomez, you've got 3 minutes to speak to this motion starting now.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't speak too much. Basically, the impact on house insurance needs to be resolved. I think seeking Melbourne Water as the lead agency to talk to the Insurance Council of Australia, just to give some comfort and some guidance to homeowners as to what the impact of the new flood maps will be on them. Climate change is forcing us to deal with the risk of flooding, so I think the work is supported, and I like the council officer's work. And obviously, the most important thing from a planning perspective is to dwellings, understanding how climate change, understanding how flood risk is going to impact that is paramount to us living and working in the city. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Look, thank you to Councillor Gomez for bringing these amendments, but also the officers who have actually done a really great submission, so I'd want to acknowledge that at the start. Look, I think these points about the housing targets and the additional dwellings we expect to have in the municipality, but also the financial assistance that's actually needed to put in place the infrastructure to help mitigate the risks of flooding is really important. You know, there's several areas in the municipality that will need some real work done to have the infrastructure needed to manage that risk. So I think it's really important that part of our advocacy work, that we really start looking at that and seeking to get support from Commonwealth and state government on that front. And so I commend the amendments from Councillor Gomez.
Thank you. Any crucial contributions anyone wants to make on this submission to Melbourne Water? No? Would you like to? Well, there's no right of reply on that basis. So we'll move the motion from Councillor Gomez and Harrison. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We move on to 7.6, e-bike share. We've got 2 registrations, the first being Catherine Commons. Welcome, Catherine. The button needs to be pressed when you get there, please.
That one? Sorry, mine's a really simple question. If we don't have room for scooters, why do we have room for bikes?
Yeah, it's submission time. There's no questions. That's at question time, so we can't take questions at this time. But thank you for your submission. The next person is Aidan Barrett-Dunn.
Sorry, Mayor. Just if she might have something more to say. I'm not too
Did you have something more to say?
No, it's too far from my head.
No, because it's not question time. Question time's at the start of the meeting. Okay. This is submission time. Catherine, thank you. Aidan Barrett-Dunn, are you here? Thank you, Aidan.
I support the officer recommendation to plan and deliver a permanent e-share bike scheme. It's super valuable as we try and support a transition towards a higher active transportation mode share in Yarra and achieve sustainability strategies which the council has adopted. I hope that on-street parking can be provided to support a successful rollout of this e-bike program, as it's very common in other cities that have successful e-bike programs, and to prevent blocked footpaths and encourage people to share the roads with e-bikes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aidan. Just before we give councillors an opportunity to ask direct questions to Mary Osman on this matter, I've got an alternative motion from Councillor Harrison. Are there others that I've missed, or is that the only one at this stage? Sorry, Councillor Wade? In terms of e-bike share, I've got an alternative to the officer recommendation from Councillor Harrison.
Yes, but I think the reason that we usually call for what do people want to move is because the officer recommendation doesn't get circulated by anyone. Because
Yeah, I'm not asking to speak or for a second, or I'm just foreshadowing to people what's on the table. So we know the officer recommendation is on the table. We've also got an alternative recommendation. I've got so much bits of paper here in front of me, Councillor Wade. I was just worried that I might have missed one from in particular yourself with Councillor Crossan. So I'm sorry if that was really just the motivation. So we do have two, just so you know. Okay, question time to officers. Any questions to Ms. Osman? Councillor Wade.
I have a question that hopefully you'll be able to hear while you walk. There's various kinds of references to impounding vehicles in this report, but there's no kind of reference to, I guess, enforcing compliance by providers, by fining them instead of going straight to council doing its own impounding. Is that something that officers have considered as a possibility?
Through you, Mayor. So the new contract that we would be working on would tighten up the restrictions, if that's the answer to the question you've asked. So that would be part of the proposals. We've all acknowledged that the existing MOU has some flaws. It was a trial, introduced as a trial basis, initially only for a year. There's been a whole sequence of events that are set out in the officer report that explains how we got to where we are now, and there's the proposed way forward.
At this stage, Councillor Wade?
Yeah, there's also a reference to just the complaints being lodged through SnapSend Solve having a delay in arrival and then a delay in the operator acting. Is that something that could also be fixed in a permanent program, in that either they pay SnapSend Solve to get results faster, or they operate a more functional reporting system than they currently have that people actually want to use?
Through you, Mayor. So yeah, the issues of SnapSend Solve have been documented. I think we can probably do more to get the message out to people that they're not to use SnapSend Solve. SnapSend Solve's a third-party IT platform that council and operators have no direct control over. We don't control how long they take to forward on issues or requests that are made by the public. So in this new process, my advice would always be to use the right channels and not use SnapSend Solve for this. SnapSend Solve's not really designed for this type of thing, would be my response to that question.
Thank you. The CEO wants to add to that.
Through you, Mayor. The officer recommendation is proposing that we go to market and ask the market to put their best foot forward in terms of managing e-bikes in the context of Yarra. Part of that requirement will be for various providers to put their best foot forward in terms of compliance and managing complaints. Ultimately, it'll be up to council to determine whether or not the responses from the market, assuming there are any, meet the standard that we expect. So that would include technology, managing complaints, responses, compliance, enforcement. So the expectation is that we would see a significant uplift in all of those performance areas before recommending to council to proceed.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Wade?
Yes, Councillor Harrison, if you don't mind me just foreshadowing your motion, which I think is very good. There's just a reference to 1 February 2026 as the time to proceed with procurement by. Would that rule out the option of doing a joint procurement, or would that still allow the option of doing a joint procurement? And I guess that's
CEO, did you want to respond?
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Through you, Mayor. Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
So we wouldn't be able to do a joint? No.
No, that's highly unlikely, I would think.
Okay, I've got a question, and it's actually to Councillor Harrison. Bearing that in mind, would you be willing to amend your motion to allow some type of cross-council work or not?
No, I would not. I think, but based on the limited information we've been provided with to date, I think that other councils are at all different stages with this process. I believe that Yarra is far further progressed, and I also believe that we have a pressing need to bring the e-bike arrangements under better control on our streets, so I would not be inclined to delay.
No worries. Any other questions before we go to a way forward? Councillor Davies.
Is this going to be cost neutral or cost positive or revenue positive?
Through you, Mayor. So the requirements will be set out in the public tender documents. The motion that's being presented is around having it is cost neutral. We would need a specific guidance on what cost positive is. Is it $1 or $10,000 or $1 million? So we would need specific guidance if the objective was to make it cost positive. Obviously, we can assess the submissions that come in and make our own judgment as to what revenue they may or may not raise.
Can I follow up, Councillor Davies?
So just for clarity, because people would like to know in Richmond why we would be paying or subsidising foreign companies, which is why I'm asking. So cost neutral, does that include council operation costs, or is it just the costs of operating the, like, is that an all-in cost?
Through you, Mayor, I would define cost neutrality as all costs are covered. So that's staff, equipment, plan, enforcement, general management of the system. So, you know, zero cost to the council.
Thank you. So we've got a suggested way forward from Councillor Councillor Harrison. Have you got a seconder, Councillor Aston? Okay. Thank you, officers. Councillor Harrison, you've got 3 minutes to speak to your alternative motion. Starting now.
Yeah, I'm explaining scooters have departed of their own volition. However, the arrangements with e-bikes needs to be resolved. As the officer has indicated tonight, we have had an extended trial that's gone beyond 3 years, and we have had a very unsatisfactory situation with e-bikes blocking our footpaths and all sorts of locations. We've been told that geofencing should resolve this issue, and this council resolved to limit the parking of e-scooters and e-bikes. We were not supposed to have them parked on pavements that were narrower than 2 metres. However, my observations are that we have this going on very, very regularly, and that there are many, many users who have no consideration of the needs of community members who need to use our footpaths. Whether they're able-bodied or not able-bodied, they are causing obstructions. I've been contacted in the last few days also by a resident of Darebin who does not even have an e-bike scheme to tell me that he has observed Lime e-bikes in Northcote, some 2 kilometres from the edge of the zone where they are presently supposed to be. This clearly confirms that the geofencing doesn't work, and we need to look at permanent arrangements as swiftly as possible so that we can find a way forward and that we don't have this unsatisfactory situation where the e-bikes are being left all over the place. I certainly know that I've reported many, many e-bikes, and through Snap Send Solve, actually, because that is the easiest way of doing it. And I think it's a furphy to say that the operators don't receive them promptly, because the email messages I receive tell me that they look at those complaints that I've put in. So I'm not convinced that there is a massive delay, but what we also know is that they are not currently complying with their obligations in terms of removing the offending e-bikes within the timeframes set out in the agreements. That is a situation that cannot continue. So I'm very keen to look at how we can put in place as soon as possible improved arrangements so that we can all enjoy our pavements and that we can all benefit from the situation. And the other thing is we cannot have a situation continue where we receive zero funding from these operators while we bear the cost. That is unacceptable to ratepayers. So as soon as we can move this, I'm very keen to see progress on this front.
The time has run out, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Aston.
So this is the right way to test the market and see which e-bike providers are capable of providing an effective service that balances the different and often competing needs of our community. I'd like to note two things in the officer's report that accompanies the agenda, which is first the user statistics and the distance of trips that are being taken. And these really, to me, indicate that use of these bikes is largely, most likely replacing walking and potentially very short trips on public transport as opposed to car trips. Secondly, it also notes risks associated with long-term financial viability of e-bike operators as commercial enterprises. Both these things, to me, indicate that we need to really properly test the market, and this is the most effective way for me that I can see to do it. I am all for the use of bikes as a cyclist myself, but I don't believe that council has any requirement, let alone an obligation, to provide this service in a way that doesn't expect a commercial enterprise to be capable of running as any other does. And I won't support any initiative that doesn't ensure businesses operating in Yarra pay their way instead of expecting community subsidies, as both e-scooters and e-bikes have done in the past.
Thank you. Anyone else, any other councillor want to speak to this motion? Councillor Wade?
I will. I came originally intending to vote for this motion as phrased, but I must say I was intending to do that on the basis that I thought it would allow joint procurement. When we discussed e-scooter procurement earlier this year, we were discussing it on the basis that Yarra would be a sole tenderer, and that was largely because City of Melbourne had already cancelled their scooter program. So it made sense for us to go out, see what was out there, get the best option for our streets. In this particular situation, City of Melbourne, City of Port Phillip, and I believe City of Stonington, and possibly soon City of Marybeck and Darebin, there have been some involved in MOU being made available through this report. It's actually really important that that we have continuousness, contiguity between municipalities. And that's, I think, officers have rightly pointed out that the New South Wales government has been a lot more helpful to local councils than the Victorian government has been in this space, which, you know, we'd welcome some engagement from the Victorian government on. They have got guidelines now for scooters. It wouldn't be too big a stretch to get them for bikes as well. But allowing people to travel through these municipalities is really important for people to use them to get home safely from work. And we've seen that that peak hour is really 5 p.m, 6 p.m, 7 p.m, that time where people are coming home from work. So yes, I'll be voting against this not because I disagree with the vast majority of it, but because I think it's really important that we allow that option for joint procurement. And I'm happy to move the officer recommendation if this doesn't succeed, so that we go down that path of rallying our colleagues and our fellow councils and making this happen.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Councillor Davies?
Very quickly, yep, just to lead on from Councillor Aston's point. As far as I can see, when I look at the Local Government Act, it doesn't say that councils are a commercial transport company, and so we shouldn't be acting like one. We're also not a taxpayer-funded subsidy business to subsidise Uber and foreign companies. That's the bottom line. Our rates aren't here to pay for foreign scooter subsidies. If we're worried about access to bikes and battery-powered bikes, the technology will take care of the price. It will not be very long, as we can see in the car market, it will not be very long, a very short space of time before we see lightweight, cheap and affordable e-scooters and bikes that people can purchase on their own. We do not have to do the work of what the market and technology will do in the next year. In about 3 years, a lot of jobs are going to be just transformed by AI. So I can't imagine how e-bikes are not going to be equally transformed. We do not need to do this work. We do not need to pay for it. But I agree we should go out for tender, we should have a look at it, and we should contemplate it and let the market and those commercial companies decide whether they can operate and whether we can operate with them in a neutral or a profit-based arrangement. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things here. I did really want to acknowledge Councillor Harrison's proposed inclusion around ensuring that footpaths are free from unnecessary obstructions. That's something I'm very much supportive of and want to pursue more broadly. But the thing that does catch me is the procurement matter. The Mayor had asked if you'd amend that. You weren't open to it, and I appreciate that. And that is the primary reason I'll be voting against this. But just to touch on a couple of other points, there's only been 20 complaints per year. There is an issue around affordability. I appreciate Councillor Davies was saying prices are coming down. We're still talking about bikes that cost thousands of dollars. I myself would be really considering long and hard before I'm spending that amount of money on a bike, which I may not use that often. These are an opportunity to have short trips. You can have them, you jump on, you jump off, and over time, you may get to a point where you want to buy a bike, but a lot of people won't, and that's the purpose of this. And that's why it's been so successful. It gives people freedom of choice. It gives people options that may not be available to them, like the other day, I went to catch a tram. There was a 20-minute wait, so it was a matter of weighing up, do we want to pay for an Uber, wait for a tram, or what other are options? I think e-bikes are a great way forward, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Would you like to exercise your right of reply? Okay, we'll vote on the motion from Councillor Harrison and Aston. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Davies, Gomez, Ho, McKenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Aston. Those opposed, Crossan and Wade. That is passed. Thank you. We'll move right along to 7.9, proposed discontinuance of road at Matter Street, Collingwood. We've got 4 registrations. Thank you, officers, by the way. First one, Thomas Shepherd. Thomas, if you're here, welcome.
Thank you, Leonard Mayor, Leonard councillors. Thank you very much. And some local residents that I've consulted about the proposal. We're very enthusiastic about the proposal and we make the following observations. We see support for more public open space in Collingwood. Who wouldn't want another park? Collingwood is one of the most densely populated areas of Melbourne with limited access to green space, so converting a section of Mader Street into the park will address some of that gap. We see potential for improved livability and community wellbeing. The new park will provide a safe, accessible space for people of all ages to meet, to rest, to enjoy passive recreation and strengthening social connections and cohesion. We see a reduction in urban heat effects through replacing asphalt with grass and with trees. We see the opportunity for council to add additional trees within that functional plan and to carefully consider what species might mitigate the heat in that environment further. We also see low traffic impact from the traffic assessment, the very comprehensive traffic assessment that was provided, which confirms the closure will have minimal impacts on vehicle access, with only marginal increases in travel distance and no significant effect on emergency services. It should also be noted that the traffic assessment did not include a rear laneway on the neighbourhood, and we see that as an oversight because that laneway is already used by vehicles, and I've spoken to a resident on that laneway today who was very concerned about people rat running through that laneway, which we think could be reduced by the modal filter that I'm sure council is already very aware of that option. And we see great safety and amenity benefits from moving through traffic, and parking will create a calmer, more pedestrian-friendly environment, reducing the risk of vehicle conflicts and improving safety for all the users and all the local residents, and especially our children. We also see a design opportunity there with a great opportunity for a pocket park that integrates play opportunities, seating, shade, a great little environment for our children to continue to play and flourish in our beautiful Collingwood North. So there is a great net community benefit to the proposal. We see long-term public value in an underutilised road segment with benefits for outweighing minor loss. Thank you, Mayor. We also see strong community support. So consultation results showed an overwhelming backing from local residents and businesses with 94% in favour. Thank you very much for your time, Leonard councillors and Mayor.
Thank you, Thomas. Aidan Barrett-Dunn.
When we get them. So thanks again, everybody, and I'm looking forward to the next steps on this one.
Thank you. In seconding it, this is the third park in the last few years in Collingwood. When you look at Cambridge Street, Otter Street, and now this one, Collingwood desperately needs it. It's a concrete, I wouldn't say concrete jungle, but it's a lot of concrete, not much green space. So the reasons why this park is popular are clear from the submitters, from Councillor Wade, the ward councillors' comments. But I just want to say one thing. The money that we got to buy this park and the other two were from development contributions, where developers come into Yarra, build high-rise, and have to give us some money, 30 pieces of silver if you like. But now the state government have given them so many exemptions, for example, if they're building so-called build-to-rent and all other exemptions, that the amount of money that we're getting, which, by the way, we can only use for open space, is diminishing. So the days that we can just, within a 4-year period, build 3 parks in Collingwood, when you look at Cremorne, for example, desperately need parks down there, they're coming to an end. And I would strongly encourage the people here in next year's state election to ask anyone and everybody, doesn't matter what party they're in, if they're standing in the election, will they campaign on this issue? Because we're being bled of money for parkland in the city of Yarra, and that's really, really bad. So you're the ones with the votes and the power. So whether they're Liberal, Labor, Socialist, Green, Man on the Moon, Person on the Moon, it doesn't matter. Squeeze their cajoles and say, we need you to support us to stop this exemption. Otherwise, we won't have any more Matter Street parks in the period ahead. Does anybody else want to speak on this motion from Councillor Wade and myself? Councillor, no. Okay, well, we'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to Bud Street, Collingwood. Proposed discontinuance. 2 submitters, Aidan Barrick-Dunn, followed by Seb Gwinney. Aidan.
Basically the same as previous. We need more open space in Collingwood. This is a great spot for it, and a pocket park will be great for not only all the residents who live in Collingwood, but the many, many thousands of workers who go there 5 days a week. So really, really nice spot to have your lunch, for example. So we should absolutely support this and have more green space in Collingwood, please.
Thank you. Seb Gwinney.
Thank you. Yeah, in relation to the Bud Street closure, I mean, the council's proposing a large volume of road closures. You've got Bud Street, Mater Street, the Wellington Street proposal as well. These are all being treated separately, and a lot of them sort of refer to each other as well. So I know the Bud Street one says traffic can go to Wellington Street, but there are plan changes on Wellington Street that I think need to be factored into that as well. So we're losing a lot of the north-south connections through the suburb. I think, again, there was the comment on the consultation process. I think similar to the Wellington Street one, the consultation process has been reasonably poor. I know a lot of people that are only finding out about these things after the fact and after things have moved forward in terms of some of the review processes and the feedback sessions. I live on Bud Street. I was completely unaware of this until I actually found out of it through the Wellington Street, which also found out through the school rather than through the council. Additionally, again, car parks, we've spoken about that a lot. I think between the 3 proposals, there's something like 85 car parks being lost from the area, and we've heard a lot of residents talk about that. And safety as well. I mean, we continue to refer to safety. Bud Street has 0 crashes. We speak about bike safety. There's been no bike incidents on the Bud Street. So I think while we have, an opportunity in Mater Street as a much sort of larger area, I think the Bud Street's just closing another north-south connection through Collingwood and doesn't sort of consider the broader community. We've seen councils, even New South Wales, start to close streets and then have pushbacks led by the residents. So I'd be interested to see more consultation through this one and a connection into the broader traffic design through Wellington Street. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Seb.
Thank you.
Are there any direct questions to Fadi Farkouri? If not, Wade, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Davies understands representing an area with very limited open space and very limited places to put it. One of the reasons that we have so many road closures proposed in Collingwood is because land value is so incredibly high that we just can't buy blocks of land anymore. We'd love to. I would love to buy larger blocks of land and turn them into open space. That would be a beautiful, beautiful option, but it's currently basically not on the cards. North Collingwood, as the Mayor pointed out just before, missed out in the last round of parks, and the Bud Street location is really importantly on the other side of Collingwood, so it's on the west side, so it's north. Yep, I've got that right, northwest. Northwest is where a huge number of apartment buildings have gone in recently. Those people we have found are both quite difficult to access, often behind closed doors, and so getting people's opinions, you can't door knock, you often can't leaflet. It is quite difficult, but we have heard from enough of them through this process to know that they want places to be able to take their dogs, they want places to be able to take their kids, they want places to sit in the sun and read a book. It's a place where parks really are your own backyard, and so having more of them is really important. I know that at the pop-up for Bud Street, staff said that somebody found out that it was going on and they ran down from their place of work or the business that they own to say how much they were excited about it, and they were really excited about the prospect of it. Just on the consultation point briefly, and Mr. Guini, I'm very happy to chat to you offline as well. My understanding is that staff chose to do a quite limited consultation process on these parks, noting that we've had issues trying to put in parks before to really target the immediate neighbours. And so the people that were targeted with leaflets, etc., to let them know that these were going on were the immediate neighbours. And in the context of this Bud Street site, that is mainly commercial and industrial neighbours. So you've got the apartments just further afield, you've got some people in some low-rise houses quite close too, but the immediate neighbours were of a different kind. So again, 92% is a very strong uptake, and now we'll have a chance to hear from everybody else as part of this process as well. But I can't tell you how much I hear Collingwood needs more open space, Collingwood needs more open space, Collingwood needs more open space, and we just don't have many places to put it. Thank you.
30 seconds. Thank you. Councillor Davies? Okay. Anyone desperately want to speak on this matter? Okay, we put it to the floor. All those in favour? That is passed unanimously. We'll move right along to 711. Proposed discontinuance of the roads at the rear of 243, 245 Gertrude Street, Fitzroy. Margarita Burke, are you here? Welcome. Just press the button on either one. Thank you.
Yes, excuse me, I'm just recovering from an operation, but I purchased 247 Gertrude Street next door to the beer garden in 2021 with the intention of moving in and doing an appropriate commercial and residential development. Since purchasing the property, I was agitating to use the public roads at the rear of the property. However, that's not been possible, so I've had to undertake a small renovation and not been able to progress with any of my plans, which has caused me significant financial loss because I couldn't sell my property and move in, etc., etc. Anyway, moving forward, I guess my main concern is that my property and the properties surrounding that area of the roads are given access to our properties. My property will need a new roof soon. There's no way I can facilitate that repair unless I've got access to the back of my shop. To undertake the sort of renovation I'd like to do, I need to pour concrete, I need to be able to bring in steel beams, and that can't be done through the front of my shop. I only have a small door in Gertrude Street, and where my shop is, the footpath is incredibly narrow, and there's all sorts of wires and obstructions preventing that occurring. So I guess the various options, I'll be right, the disadvantages that this has caused me in the past and will cause me in the future if there's no access.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
for your submission. I'm happy to move the. Are there any questions, Councillor Deputy Mayor Harrison? Question.
Just a really quick one. The submitter there has made comments in relation to her accessing the rear of her property so she can effectively do renovations, essential repairs, that sort of thing. Is the primary consideration when we're considering road discontinuances around whether a road is reasonably required, and how do we define that? Because it seems to be there's a situation at present where the occupant of a property cannot access her property to do essential work she needs to do.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I think the term reasonably required for public use is a bit of a fluid and a broad term, but it's exactly what you mentioned. The road is required to function as a road where people access their properties. A number of the adjoining properties, as we mentioned in the report, do have rights of access or rights of way over that land. Now, as it also has been the case in a number of past examples, when we're considering a proposal for road discontinuance, the future result or the outcome of the discontinuance could justify the removal of the road if there is a reasonable and acceptable alternative to the access right. So, for example...
Yeah, that's clear. Okay, thank you. Have I got a seconder for the officer recommendation? No? Then thank you, Councillor Crossland. I'll speak to it. No, discontinuance of a road, what we're proposing tonight is that we put out for public consultation whether or not we should sell to whoever wants to buy it this road between, at the rear, I should say, of 243, 245 Gertrude Street, Fitzroy. Again, it sounds pretty benign. It's actually not. This is one of the most controversial streets in Fitzroy. You've got a situation whereby, and everything I'm about to say here is objective fact. I'm not going to use any adjectives or anything of that character, but a premises on Gertrude Street without authorization has extended their land at the back of their live venue onto a council laneway. And what that means is that there's bins basically on the street. It's led to the issues that the submitter raised for her, the lack of access. And for a long, long time, unlike what's happening now, I think the officers let me put this in a nice way. For the first time now, we've got officers that are willing to act on this. What we're going to do is we're going to put it out for community consultation for this discontinuation. So we're saying, okay, this person, without authorization, has grabbed hold of this laneway. Should we sell it to this person? By the way, that person doesn't want to buy it. They just want the status quo. They want free access for the land that they have, without the taken. So do we sell it or do we not sell it? If the community in Fitzroy says, no, 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 do not sell, well, then the officers are in a very strong position to go in there and take that land back from the person who took it without authorization, and the community will be potentially be better off for it. So that's the thinking behind it and the logic behind it. Normally when we have a discontinuance, it's pretty non-controversial. A building company just needs the laneway to put houses on, and we think, well, that laneway's not really used. Why don't we sell it? We make money. They can build housing. We want housing in Australia. This one's a little bit different. It's a little bit, it's very, very controversial. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing, and I would encourage all the residents on whatever view you've got to actually throw in your tuppence halfpenny on this, and we'll make a decision next year. Councillor Crossland, seconding.
Thank you. I feel you've touched on all the points, so nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to say anything on this matter? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to suggest that we have a 10-minute break, and that be the last break and the only break of the night, and then we really, really crack on. The one and only break. So we'll come back in 10 minutes' time, please. Wade, we've got a quorum, so we're moving right along to 7:13, planning permit triggers removals for businesses and permit exemptions in heritage overlays. First submitter is Marshall Keller and Linda Council. They've got a joint submission. Welcome. Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity to speak tonight. Just for clarification, I'm Marshall, this is Linda. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife as property owners in Richmond who have been frustrated by Council's planning process for solar panels, and on behalf of our children and grandson who are deeply concerned about the future of our planet and its livability. We support the report before you with the option 1 to allow solar panels on the front of heritage houses being adopted. For context, in 2009, we extended our 1883 house to accommodate a growing family while maintaining the heritage form of the house, plus increasing our outdoor space and adding water storage, solar hot water and subsequently solar power. It was a finalist in the 2010 City of Yarra Sustainability Awards right here. So we speak as a family who have been able to balance sustainability and heritage needs. The report before you, while good, does include some data on planning approvals given or refused for solar panels on front roofs of heritage overlay houses. I don't know the exact data that forms the basis of this, but I'm a little sceptical because of our recent frustrating experience of the process that has been mapped out on Council's website. We've applied for a permit and had it granted, subject to amending plans to remove the 3 panels from the front of our house, the 3 proposed panels from the front of our house. The only reason we needed to apply was for the 3 panels in the front of our house. The rest of the panels we are installing and upgrading are not visible from the street. The implication of this is twofold. The permits approved, the permits approved referred to in the council report may well still not have allowed panels on the front roofs of houses. If they have been allowed, why are ours not? And or, point 2, an officer has determined that they don't need as many panels, or we don't need as many panels that we are proposing. However, we don't believe officers are in a position, or it is their job to determine the power requirements of private properties. Our experience has also highlighted inconsistencies in Council's approach to this issue. Our house, a modest cottage on a secondary street, has been refused for a mere 3 solar panels on a west-facing corrugated iron roof visible from a narrow street. Yet 2 doors up the street on the corner of the much more significant Richmond Rifles building that faces wide and busy Gipp Streets has had permission for over 90 panels granted, and these have been installed. Again, why can't we? Council has spent significant funds establishing responses to Council's declared climate crisis, but they are inconsistent with the experiences that private residents receive from Council. Council is saying one thing but allowing another thing to occur. Finally, Council need to look at their own town hall from Bridge Road, Richmond. Solar panels clearly visible, but not for us as ratepayers. Heritage matters, but it is worthless on a dead planet.
Thank you, Marshall and Linda. Catherine Commons.
This was just a really simple thing. I thoroughly commend don't bother with getting permission. It's better to actually ask for forgiveness than permission. So that's just the way the state of affairs are. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. The next speaker is Jenny Uliaris.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to the proposal to exempt solar panels from planning permits under the heritage overlay. I'm very passionate on this subject, and while I respect the importance of conserving Yarra's architectural and cultural heritage, I urge you to consider the needs to prioritise the future generations so there will be a heritage to preserve. I'm a 40-plus year resident of Yarra. I'm very fortunate to live in this area. I'm very proud of the community that I live with. I've always seen us as a progressive community that respects social justice and thinks of others other than ourselves. I'm also a very fortunate person to be able to afford to put solar panels on my roof, which I know a lot of the residents aren't allowed to. And I would like to optimise that opportunity to contribute to the overall carbon zero plan for the Yarra City Council. As obvious, we're in a climate emergency, and the Yarra City Council has a great emergency plan of 2020, updated in 2024 to 2030. This plan states that every choice we make and every action we take responds to the climate emergency, and that Yarra aims to lead to be a prosperous zero-emission city. However, when I look around at surrounding neighbourhoods, councils of Merribik and Darebin, I see evidence of a large uptake of solar panels, some of which are on front-facing roofs. Some people see these as eyesores, but equally they fit with the Yarra policy of making progress visible. To me, solar panels are a visible sign that we live in a progressive community that shows leadership. It demonstrates that sustainability and heritage are not mutually exclusive, but both vital in preserving our beautiful city. I speak from personal experience in how difficult and deterring it was to try to submit a planning permit to install solar panels on my house in North Fitzroy. I'm privileged to live in this beautiful suburb and able, as I said, to install a system. I want to do my personal contribution to protect
30 seconds.
the future of our my grandchildren and all our grandchildren. I abandoned the planning permit even though I consider myself to be an intelligent person. The paperwork was too onerous to complete, and I was told my chance of success of installing on the northern aspect was almost certain to fail. The climate emergency constitutes an overriding public interest. I urge councillors that you show progressive leadership to vote for option 1 in the proposed changes to council heritage legislation
Jenny,
to allow
your
solar
time is
poles on the front
Thank you.
our properties. Thank you.
Aidan Barrack-Dunn.
I think I agree with the previous two speakers that spoke very well. I also support the reduction in planning red tape for businesses and homeowners that this suggests. Less requirements for planning permits and less requirements to meet heritage overlays, which are very burdensome, is a massive win for residents and business owners alike, and I support the council for recommendation.
Shane Delphine.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. It's been really encouraging to hear my fellow community members tonight speak in favour of this solar installation in heritage overlay areas. YCAN agrees with the previous comments that the current permit requirements governing the installation of solar panels are deterring many Yarra residents who would like to install solar panels. We encourage councillors to support the officer recommendation, that is option 1 set out in paragraph 45, which seeks to relax the existing permit. Home electrification is a goal of both the state and federal governments. Increasing solar uptake and home electrification are also goals of this council, as set out in the climate emergency plan. So heritage is important to the cultural fabric of Yarra. In their report, officers acknowledged that the changes to the solar installation governance framework proposed in option 1 may result in a change to the appearance of some roof forms. However, they suggest that the overall impact will be limited due to the mixed heritage fabric in Yarra's streets. Furthermore, the officer proposal comes with a set of restrictions specifying circumstances where the proposed relaxation would not be appropriate, and YCAN supports the restrictions set out by officers as a sensible compromise. To conclude, Yarra urges councillors to support the officer recommendation in relation to the relaxation of solar permit requirements in Yarra.
Thank you, Shane. Paul O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor.
My name's Paul O'Shea and I'm the founder and chair of Electrify Yarra. We're a community-based not-for-profit and we support Yarra communities in saving money by getting off gas and switching to super efficient appliances powered by electricity. Solar power is now the cheapest energy available to households. It's fundamental to the electrification process and like previous speakers, we have had feedback from residents that the current system creates barriers to installing solar panels. I've had personal experience of people who have just been wanted to do it and been discouraged, even though I've been able to see other houses nearby that have solar panels in exactly the same position. So I'll keep it very brief. Electrify Yarra supports exemption from a planning permit requirement for solar in heritage areas as set out in option 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Jeremy Hope.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. This agenda item responds in part to the notice of motion supporting local businesses on 9 July 2024 council meeting, which the Bridge Road Traders Association was highly supportive of, as it sought to address, where possible, a range of issues commonly experienced by businesses. This included the potential to streamline planning process to make it easier for businesses, as there are often small works that then get caught up in planning requirements. The proposal seeks to address some really common ones, most arguably signage. I have many examples of businesses who have been struck by trying to get their compliance signage up, which now, if this proposed amendment progresses, will no longer be such an issue, saving businesses time and money and freeing up officer time to focus on other planning matters. Also, getting more solar panels installed would be of huge benefit, so overall very supportive of this. I encourage your support of the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so are there any crucial questions to officers on this seemingly non-controversial report? Okay, would anyone like to move this? Councillor Gomez, seconded Councillor McKenzie. Did you, was that your hand up or were you picking your nose? Yep, okay. Councillor Gomez, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
I won't take up that time. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to talk to Jenny, Paul and Shane for commenting on the fact that, you know, we probably are progressing beyond the early days of heritage protection when we were very concerned about solar panels being on the front of people's homes. I think the movement to exempt solar panels from planning permit makes sense, but with a little bit of conditions around how they might appear from the front. It's a mixed decision. I've talked to lots of people in Fitzroy North and it's probably about 2/3, 1/3 supportive. So I commend the officer's report to my fellow councillors.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. Yes, I'm really excited about these proposed changes, removing unnecessary planning permit triggers for local businesses and enabling solar panels in heritage overlays under sensible conditions. Local businesses activate our streets and they create jobs, support culture and give our neighbourhood their character. When our businesses struggle, we see it immediately. We see it in vacant shop fronts, in quieter streets, graffitied shop fronts, and supporting our local businesses, it's not separate from supporting community wellbeing because they are essential to a vibrant and connected city. Now, we have heard over and over from traders that small, low-impact changes take too long, they cost too much. Things like signage, minor works that trigger permits, no longer will need to be if these go through. And for many of the smaller operators, these delays can be the difference between opening or closing their doors. This report's not about lowering standards or weakening heritage protections. It's targeted and it's proportionate. As for the household, solar and some of the comments that were made about climate action. Thank you, everybody who made those submissions. Solar panels are critical to household electrification, something that I think Yarra and groups in Yarra have been huge advocates for. Opening the door to solar will help households move away from gas and manage those rising energy costs and reduce emissions. And we know that without solar, electrification becomes much harder and much slower. And these changes, as have been commented on, they strike a really good balance between protecting the character of our streets and responding to the climate emergency that this council has declared. We have heard this call over and over. I heard it when I was campaigning to be on this council. Houses should be lived in, but it's getting really hot and expensive. So I think this is a really positive change for both household budgets and for our climate. As to some of the comments that were made by Martin about there not being very much data, I think that was answered by the next submitter, Catherine, that people are just doing it anyway. But also, I would expect that these changes will allow more people to explore this as an option. I imagine that there are many that put it in the too hard basket and don't proceed with plans that they would otherwise do. So really looking forward to seeing these changes go out, and if they are accepted by our community, I would expect that we will see more solar panels in our community. So thank you. I also wanted to thank Councillor Crossland, who brought these noms to us in the first place and made it possible for us to be having this debate tonight. So thank you very much, Councillor Crossland, for your work on both of these.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a contribution? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you. As further to what Councillor Mackenzie just said, thank you very much for that. I'm really excited about this because it does bring two different notices of motion together that do different but also quite complementary things. We've heard from businesses for a long time around a number of different kind of planning matters that they get snagged on, and they shouldn't be an issue. And this is sought to streamline those processes, to remove those where possible. So you might have a business who's got a courtyard out the back and they want to change the door to access that area. Currently, they'll need a permit. If this goes ahead, they'll no longer need a permit for that door to be changed. It's some basic stuff like that. It also means that a lot of signage can be just as of right. It doesn't have to go through all the hoops that we often have to do right now. The other is in regards to solar panels. I think this is really fantastic. We've heard tonight people are still having issues. It's not just about making it easier, it's about changing perceptions. We want people to know and understand that this is something that they can do, and it's going to be available to them now. I'll even touch on one local business, Gerald's Bar, who got in touch, who was having a lot of issues getting solar panels on their roof, heritage listed property in Carlton North. They did get some on in the end, but they had to jump through massive hoops. This is a business that's relocated, which is a huge endeavour in and of itself. But this kind of amendment as proposed will mean that won't be an issue in future. It'll be one less thing to worry about. It'll be one less expense, and we'll have one more property that's running off renewable energy. So I think this is fantastic, and I hope my councillor colleagues support this.
Thank you. Has anyone got anything new to say?
A really long time that Yarra doesn't actually reject that many applications, but I think Ms. Ullaris spoke to it really well then when you said that sometimes you're deterred before you even get there, whether by staff or just by yourself looking at how complicated it all is. So this is a really, really big step forward. Our neighbouring municipalities of Marybeck, Boroondara and Darebin all have significantly higher uptake than we do in Yarra, which, I don't know, I feel like we're a little bit competitive with our colleagues, and we'd love to think that Yarra had the highest solar uptake, and this nudges us in that direction and makes it a bit more likely we'll get there. So thank you very much to everybody who came tonight to speak in support of this, and to staff for getting all of this done.
Anyone else with a vital... Councillor Davies.
Hi, I'm going to do this backwards and just go straight to the business side with the planning. I think it's great that I'd like to thank officers for listening and addressing our concerns, and I know I've been banging on about it, about streamlining planning when our planning has been 131 days for Yarra to decide on planning applications. Equivalent councils like Port Phillip are about 63 days. That's the difference. We're here to change that. I think working with the officers, it's great to see these advances in this conversation, and so thank you, officers. It's time that we stop torturing business for no good reason. Just like I was talking about the residents, we need to start reducing the cost of what it is to live and operate a business in Yarra. That's what this is about, reducing the red tape, taking the indirect taxes away, reducing the cost of operating for small businesses so that they are not passing those costs of operating their business onto our local community who want to shop locally. So I think this is a great step forward. In terms of the heritage, I've always honestly been pro-heritage, I've got to say, but I've also been pro-solar. And so I really find it a bit of a struggle on this one because I do think we need to maintain our heritage. It's our history on our street face every day of the week. I just want to make the point though, and I will support it because I think we need to, again, take away the restrictions for people to make the choices about their own property. But I just want to make a couple of points about costs and saving money and solar energy. It actually is going to cost us more as individuals to put solar on our houses after tax cost. After you get paid, you've got to then step out and buy those solar panels and fit them and then replace them every 10 years. I know this is a real thing and it's going to address climate change, but we should also be calling on state and federal governments to get out of the way of large-scale private investment in solar. Large-scale solar that can deliver gigawatts, the equivalent of Yarra and other coal, so we can get rid of coal. That's where the pressure needs to be, not on our cost of living and us taking up the role of doing what state and federal government does. So I'm here to support it, but it's not for free. It's to call out state and federal and say, you need to do better. You need to get out of the way,
30 seconds.
Clean up the energy grid, open up the eastern seaboard with a decentralised model that we can see base load power delivered through new climate technology, new batteries. That's what we need to see and not see the costs pushed back on the residents to deal with climate change.
Anyone? I got the CEO wants to say something.
Through you, Chair, I just want to make a short statement subject to Clause 75 of the governance rules, which provides the opportunity for me to address criticism of council staff. Councillor Davies, I caution you with the language. Please let me finish. Please caution your language. I'd urge greater professionalism. Implying or saying directly that staff are torturing businesses and community is inappropriate.
Does anybody else want to speak to this?
Can I just speak to that quickly?
No,
I just want to say I acknowledge your point. And I just want to say to officers that was not the intent.
Okay.
So my apologies to the officers because it wasn't that. It was a general concept of what we are in the state of the economy. Okay, just for clarity.
Because the officers are just carrying out the laws, and if the laws are bad, we change them, and that's what we're doing. When I say bad, it's probably a bit of harsh. The laws need to be changed. We're changing them tonight. But people implement the laws as they stand. That's just, and it's our job to change them if we think they're not appropriate, which potentially we're going to be doing in a few seconds' time. Does anybody else want to talk on this matter? Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, I'm going to say one brief thing, which is to say that I was very delighted to be at the launch of the community energy project at Alphington Park on Friday, which is launched. So thank you to...
Exercise your right of reply.
I just want to acknowledge that this is the result of the good work by Councillor Crosland. I probably shouldn't have put my hand up to move this. It should have been Councillor Crosland. But I want to acknowledge the fact that since he put up the notice of motion, significant work has been done to try and address some of the concerns that we all have, to try and remove red tape and try and facilitate more pragmatic actions on reducing climate change. Thank you.
Okay, we move to vote on this motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We're moving right along to 7.14, Live Music Precincts, Amendment C331 Yarra. First person is John Perring. First registration to speak. John, you're welcome to come to the front. Just press the red button. Thanks for your patience, and thanks to everybody else who's waiting. We're going to get cracking here.
By way of background, I'm currently running Bar Open in Brunswick Street, and I've also run 5 other venues, including 13 years at the Tote Hotel. I've been involved in just about every task force or round table involved in regulatory reform since 2014. Specifically, I was involved in the consultation for the live music clauses in the Victorian planning provisions, 5306 and 1307. What I wanted to speak about is why live music precincts are vitally important to the music scene in Yarra. Defining these live music precincts better protects both live music venues and residents. It protects live music venues from encroaching residential developments and places responsibility of soundproofing on the residential developers through the agent of change mechanism defined in clause 5306. Any residential developments in precincts must be soundproof. It protects residents who live in these developments from noise, traffic noise, sirens, bin collection, street noise, and of course, live music present in the soundscape. It's essentially a win-win for the entire community with no downsides. What this plan does is increase the precision of existing planning laws by locating existing venues and venue clusters. When the initial live music clause was introduced back in 2015, up until now, a 10-year period, planners have had no tools to locate live music venues to decide whether the agent of change should be applied to a proposed developments. Mistakes have been made, resulting in expensive VCAT cases that venues have had to run to have the laws applied when it should have been. However, third-party appeal rights have been drastically curtailed as part of the state government's push to fast-track housing supply. So the music industry can no longer rely on VCAT to fix planning assessment errors, whether deliberate omissions by developers in their applications or oversight errors by council planners. The policy delivers the information through maps and a list for council planners needed to do their jobs and apply the existing provisions. This gives live music venues, current and future, the certainty to continue doing what they do without being dragged into expensive court disputes. It underpins the investment in
John,
the
you've
sector.
run out of time. Thank you for your submission.
Okay.
Fiona Duncan from Music Victoria.
Press the button, right?
No, it was on already.
Okay, gotcha.
So your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Fiona Duncan. I'm the CEO of Music Victoria. We're the peak body for contemporary music in Victoria. We work with artists, venues, music workers, councils and government to ensure live music remains a vital part of Victoria's social, cultural and economic life. I'm here tonight to express Music Victoria's strong support for the proposed live music precincts being discussed here tonight. City of Yarra is not just another municipality when it comes to music, it is one of Australia's most important live music ecosystems. Its venues have launched careers, sustained scenes, attracted visitors from across the world rapidly, increased density, new residential developments and shifting expectations around noise have placed growing pressure on venues that were often there long before the apartments around them. What the live music precinct approach does so powerfully is recognise a simple truth. Music is not a problem to be managed, it is a cultural asset to be protected. Live music precincts provide clarity. They set shared expectations, they create certainty for venues, residents, councils and regulators alike. They say clearly and proudly that in designated areas, live music is part of the identity, the economy and the everyday life of the place. This isn't about giving venues a free pass, it's about smart, balanced planning that supports coexistence, where music can thrive and residents can feel informed and respected. From Music Victoria's perspective, this approach is not only culturally important, it's economically and socially responsible. Our latest venue audit shows that Victoria has more live music venues than any other state, but the number of venues hosting regular live music has declined since 2019. That decline isn't due to lack of talent, it's largely due to increasing operational pressure and regulatory risk. Live music precincts help address that risk. They provide confidence for venue operators to invest, program, innovate and employ. They support local jobs, musicians, managers, publicists, digital marketing, sound engineers, hospitality staff, security, promoters, and they strengthen nighttime economies in a way that benefits local businesses well beyond the venues themselves. I want to acknowledge the Mayor and Councillors, the Arts and Culture team at Yarra for not just listening, but genuinely hearing and engaging with the lived experience of local venues and the broader music community. Live music is one of the City of Yarra's greatest strengths. It creates connection, it creates identity, economic activity, and it creates the stories people carry with them for the rest of their lives. It's a bit of legacy work you're doing with precincts, and thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to speak tonight.
Catherine Commons.
So my husband and I have lived in Fitzroy for 35 years, and we live just across the road from the Black Cat and up the road from the Night Cat. Both of these venues were, and of course we are very, we go to a lot of live gigs locally. So we're thoroughly in support of live music and a precinct. I didn't get a chance to read the whole document because we had a 2,000-page agenda for today. But I just want to share some actual live, real experience of 35 years. So when Henry Mars, who was a band singer, created the Black Cat, it was fantastic. He then changed that business to a nighttime business, which was, he was local. He had local musicians and he set it up for the locals. You could put your kids to bed, walk across the road, have a drink of wine, listen to some nice jazz music, and no problem. When he then sold it to the younger guys, it turned into a 7-day-a-week, 1 a.m. out on the footpath, which basically meant 2 a.m. by the time people dispersed. It was a nightmare to put kids to bed and all that type of thing. Same with the Night Cat. Henry set up the Night Cat. It was perfect, no problems, real bands. Then Lisa and Max from Relax with Max owned it. Again, no problems. Then it changed hands again, and for some time there was no problem. But when it changed, well, on the nights that it changed to DJ music, and it was heavy bass, you could hear it all the way up the street. It vibrated the entire street. There is a difference between, it needs to be more nuanced than just live music. From my understanding, it's sort of a broad brush that covers everything. And the other thing, of course, is that I'm actually moving from, I'm within the 50-metre radius, just off Brunswick Street, and my empty nester apartment, when it gets built, is actually on Johnson and Victoria Street, just down from the old bar. So we are going to be either way within that zone. But
30 seconds.
As you get older, opening and shutting gigantic heavy glass windows so you can get the attenuated soundproofing is just not putting down something that or making some sort of rule of smaller size or stacking sliding doors. Sorry, didn't quite finish. But
Your time has run out. Thank you. Jeremy Hope.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. Live music venues are really important to Yarra's economy and culture. Speaking to this on behalf of the Bridge Road Traders Association, we're very supportive of initiatives that support local businesses to operate and thrive. While Bridge Road currently only has a small number of live music venues, they contribute significantly to what makes Bridge Road a great place and the diversity on offer for this fantastic precinct. The establishment of greater protections for live music precincts and standalone live music venues will give greater security for their ongoing operation and the benefits they bring to the local economy. I think progressing this work would be really beneficial, and I would encourage councillors to support the establishment of live music precincts.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
And thank you to John and Fiona, Catherine and Jeremy for their 4 contributions tonight. If there's no urgent questions, are there any urgent questions to officers at this late hour? I'm very happy to move the officer recommendation. If I've got a second, we've got an amendment from Councillor Crossland. Councillor Davies wants to second. Councillor Crossland, have you got a seconder to your amendment, which I'm very happy to accept? Councillor Wade will second your amendment. So we've got the officer recommendation with the new point 5. Do you want to just read it out for the audience, please?
Yes, thank you. So it's request that the CEO write to the chair of the M9 councils, state MPs that are representatives for electorates that include the City of Yarra area, and peak bodies Music Victoria and Australian Live Music Business Council to notify them of this report, an associated amendment, previous work and advocacy that council has undertaken, and seek their advocacy and support on this matter.
Thank you. Well, I'll speak to the motion. It's had an electrifying effect on people in Yarra since the media got hold of this over the course of the last week or so. I've literally never seen a response, but in particular from people who don't normally engage with council. I want to thank John Perring for raising this back in the election campaign. I want to thank the Tote, in particular Shane at the Tote, for really putting me and then Deputy Mayor Mackenzie through the ringer at a meeting at Bakehouse on this matter that really put the heat on us to raise this. The officers who've done an absolutely amazing work and so fast. I also want to, hopefully I'm not tempting fate here, but I also want to thank the Planning Minister, Sonia Kilkenny, because we hassled her to hurry up with approving the Port Phillip. Alex should have, when he was here before, the Mayor should have thanked us for that, and we got that approved by the Minister for them, which opened the door for us to be next cab off the rank. And we said to her point blank, we don't want our officers who are extremely overworked. Mary leads a team of officers who work really, really hard to do this work if you're not going to, back us in on this. And she said, no, we will. And we did it. It's come back. It's hit the media, and it's been massive support. So what it is in a nutshell, we're going to have 5 live music precincts in Richmond, Collingwood and Fitzroy, plus a few little other areas that are outside that, like Bakehouse. Soundproofing, it requires soundproofing in new residential developments across the entire precinct corridors, not just on a case-by-case basis, which is what the case is at the moment. It'll create a 50-metre buffer zone for existing live music venues. We've made live music a priority use, in inverted commas, in planning, which gives venues clear support if disputes end up at VCAT. And just, in this tiny little municipality that we've got, which is only 19.5 square kilometres, we've got 77 small to medium live music venues. It's a huge part of our local economy. It employs heaps of people, many of them local, most of them young. And the idea that it's just going to be there forever if we don't back it in is a dream world, because we've seen other parts of the world that used to have a live music scene that don't. Anyone who's been up to Enmore or Newtown in Sydney knows what I'm talking about. So I'm really glad that we're doing this. It's really exciting, and I hope all the councillors support the motion. I think it's been strengthened by the amendment from Councillor Crossland. Councillor Davies in seconding the motion. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Crossland.
Thank you very much. I do note I did call for progressing the introduction of live music precincts in Yarra as part of one of the previous notices of motions that have been mentioned earlier tonight. And I'm so excited to see this being realised now. Things have really kicked off since where we were last year. As we all know, there are a lot of challenges that are really coming to the front, coming out of the pandemic. Council played a lead role in terms of its engagement with state government, trying its best to support peak bodies, but most importantly, trying to support our local venues, our gig workers, musicians, performers, people that use these spaces to create music, to create community. And I'm so excited that this is something that's going to progress. It's going to also help support our business precincts, because that's where these are located. They're located in our high streets. They're places where we want to attract more live music venues in future. And we also want to support standalone venues, and in hope that there'll be more in future as well. So I hope all my councillor colleagues will be supporting this. It's really, really exciting.
Okay, well, I won't exercise. Oh, Councillor Wade.
Just very briefly wanted to credit the work of Councillor Amanda Stone on this issue, who one of the first things that we did as new councillors last term was Councillor Crossland and I went to visit Bakehouse Studios with Amanda, and she initiated early mapping work for this. These things don't happen overnight, so thank you to all the staff and all the councillors and all the live music venues, including Bakehouse, who have had input on this for a very, very long time. What an exciting development tonight.
Okay, I won't exercise my right of reply. We'll just go straight to a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We're now moving to 7.17, contract award. Thank you. C1817, Waste Management Services. We've got one registration. Catherine Commons.
Okay, I'm not allowed to ask a question.
That's correct.
Okay, statement then.
Correct.
We have only just recently done a, what do you call it, a have your say thing about rubbish and waste management. And it's, I don't know what the results of that were, but if you consider that and you consider the state of our footpaths and how cluttered they are, is this new contract going to lock us in to continuing with the 4 bins, or every household having 4 bins, as opposed to having centralised, you know, bins on the corner? Okay, that's a question. Oh.
Did you, is that it? Did you have anything else to say of great in relation to this contract? We're voting on whether to award a contract or not.
Yes.
So have you got a view on that?
Yeah, I have a view that no, you shouldn't be awarding a contract if that means locking us in to 4 bins per household. And also I'd like to know whether these, are they actually electric, the trucks that are collecting the
Thank you.
waste?
Well, you can, yeah, yep, okay, we've got, that's it. So you're asking us to not support the officer recommendation. That's understood. Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate that. Councillors, have we got any direct questions to officers? We do from Councillor Aston. So, Brett and Zoe, if you can come to the front, and Sam, thank you very much. Councillor Aston, please fire away.
So, on the back of Catherine's not a question / statement, we're currently doing the waste strategy. Will this contract, if awarded, be able to be adapted to whatever comes out of the waste strategy? So whether we reduce bins, introduce more street bins, change the frequency cycle, etc.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. The contract has been set up in a way that we can up or down scope it to adjust to anything that comes out of the waste and recycling strategy, yes.
Councillor Aston, follow up.
Yep. And I note that this is for a suggested 8-year term with a potential 2-year extension. Is it that essentially means it's this council, the next council term, and most of the council term after that? Is it common to award such a long...
...of the cost of the vehicles over the life of the contract, but we've chosen the 8 as a recommendation. It then aligns to the current FOGO, which provides the future council to either do one or all at that time.
Okay, any more questions? Councillor Davies.
We've had a lot of concerns or focus on climate awareness tonight. In terms of this waste strategy and the understanding that the current system we have goes into, a lot of it goes into landfill, and I believe that, as I understand it, one of the greatest contributors to greenhouse gases is methane production, and much from landfill. Will this waste contract give us the flexibility, to the point of Councillor Aston, to move to things like waste to energy models, or where we can address these sorts of climate issues at a large scale and address the cost of waste? Because this is obviously a big factor for a council.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through you, Mayor. This is for the collection of the waste bins. Anything else that you've mentioned tonight will be covered through the waste and recycling strategy, and there will be scope within that to be able to accommodate any of those based on the feedback from the community.
Thank you. Okay, we're looking for a suggested way forward. I will quite happily move the officer recommendation. The Deputy Mayor Harrison seconding it. I'll speak to it. This is a really difficult motion to move because we are subject to the monopolisation of this sector in the Victorian economy. And as a consequence, the money that we have to put into just getting your bins collected has exponentially gone through the roof for reasons outside of our control. We and the officers have tried everything and anything to look for alternatives. I'm satisfied that the officers have worked hard. They've spoken in Darebin Council, City of Melbourne. They've looked at bringing it in-house. They've looked at all different options. And I think what we've got in front of us, unfortunately, is the least bad option. But as Mayor, I can't just come to you every time we're doing something that's really exciting, that's almost universally popular, like the live music precinct. When it's a bad story and we've got no option, we've got to show some leadership, and that's what myself and the Deputy Mayor are doing tonight by moving and seconding this motion, which I think we've got no option but to pass. Deputy Mayor Harrison.
Look, I'll just speak briefly to this. I reiterate the points that the Mayor has just made. We don't have a choice, really. That's where we're at. But, you know, I really think that's where the waste strategy is going to be so important, because all community members should be working together to try and reduce our waste. And this is one powerful reason why we actually need to do that. So this is going to have to be a joint thing with the community to actually try and reduce the waste we're producing so that our costs might actually be a bit lower. So please, everyone, think about that. It wasn't, you know, it's not the decision that we want to be making here, but that's where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak in this matter? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. We move on. Thank you. To 718, contract 1846, tennis court. Thank you for your patience, for those residents who have been waiting so long for this agenda item. So we'll get cracking. First up is Christopher Ryan from the Fitzroy Tennis Club. No? Peter Long.
I cycled through Edinburgh Gardens the other day past these 3 elm trees, as I often do. School children were running from tree to tree, counting them, doing somersaults on the grass in the filtered sun beneath their canopy. How many children have played and grown while these 3 trees watched over them and cooled the air? Elm trees can live for 400 years. These 3 trees were planted before our grandparents were born. You will have to decide whether they will live to provide shade for generations to come. You are the elected custodians of Yarra's heritage. Killing these 3 trees is a forever choice. We can't put them back if a more progressive council is elected next time around. Insult to our community's intelligence. In this urgent climate crisis, there is not time to grow new canopy. Has the killing of these 3 trees been assessed in relation to Yarra's climate emergency plan? How does this work contribute to the expansion of Yarra's canopy cover? How will the works within the root zones of the other nearby elms affect their health? How will chopping down these trees affect the biodiversity of the gardens? This is not an either-or choice. We do not need to trade trees for tennis courts. We can have both. We can have more tennis courts to service our community, but somewhere else, at Mayor's Park, for instance. We can keep the elms and have new saplings. I imagine that a large proportion of the Yarra community do not know that these 3 trees are soon to be killed, regardless of the amount of consultation that may have been done. But they will hear the chainsaws, they will notice the gap in the tree line, they will feel the heat of the sun where there once was shade, they will feel shocked and dismayed that this council has done this, and they will remember who wielded the axe. I beg of you, take a deep breath and slow this process down, explore the alternatives fully and in good faith, and find a way to not kill these 3 ancient noble heritage elm trees.
Alexandra Hobbs, welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Hello, I'm Alex Hobbs, going into Year 9 at Princess Hill Secondary College, and I've played at Fitzroy Tennis Club for the past 9 years. Tennis has been hugely important to me and is one of my biggest passions. For me, tennis has been an incredible pathway both to stay healthy and fit, but also to develop resilience, self-confidence, problem-solving abilities, and countless other life skills that have helped me in all areas of my life. Firstly, tennis provides the opportunity for kids to make social connections. I started playing tennis with and because of my friends, and although I now also play competitively, it remains a major part of my social life. During school holidays, I've sometimes done volunteer coaching, and it's heartwarming to see kids as young as 5 laughing on court together and making friends. Tennis is also a cross-generational sport. Growing up, tennis has been the only sport that I've been able to play with my grandpa, and that's been very special for me. Families at the club, including mine, regularly play together between the ages of 5 and 50. Tennis is about connecting, and I would love for more of our community to have the opportunity to get involved. Secondly, at Fitzroy Tennis Club, we have a great junior coaching program, but due to high demand for courts after school hours, many kids miss out. Coaching is how most junior players are introduced to tennis, and with 2 more courts, more kids could find a passion for sport and share the experience that I've been lucky to have. More courts could also create opportunity for school programs. Fitzroy North Primary School, Fitzroy Community School, and Fitzroy High School are just a few of the nearby schools with limited sporting facilities who could benefit from more space to run an amazing tennis program. Finally, many kids, and especially girls who want to compete, are unable to do so on a regular basis. With only 6 courts, teams can become oversized, and juniors who signed up to play weekly only end up playing half a season. Also, because Sunday mornings are the most popular playing time for members of our community, it can become challenging to fit in junior competition. This has caused many girls in our community who play sports such as netball on a Saturday morning to drop out of tennis despite wanting to play. In fact, it even means girls who want to play struggle to find teams. With 2 more courts, we could improve the experience of playing for all and keep more girls in the sport. Overall, tennis offers kids social connection to friends and family, opportunities to compete and grow life skills, and a healthy body and mind. Fitzroy Tennis Club has supported my journey, and with improved facilities, I know it could do the same for many more. Thank you.
Thanks heaps, Alex. Emma Farley? Emma? Yeah, it's off at the moment.
Yarra. It was a simple survey that asked respondents just one question. Do you object to Yarra Council cutting down 3 140-year-old elm trees to make way for 2 tennis courts? The survey was widely publicised by placing large chalk stencils on the pathways throughout the Edinburgh Gardens and on footpaths 1 block away from the park. In this way, everyone who uses the park was made equally aware of the opportunity to fill out this online survey. Given this, the survey results represent the combined wishes of both tennis club and general park users alike. 220 people filled out the survey, and 90% of them do not support the cutting down of the elm trees. This means a significant majority of park users want the 3 elm trees to remain standing. The comparison between the survey I ran and Council's 2024 community consultation on the latest design that includes chopping down the elms should be of serious concern to Council. Of the 258 members of the community who responded to Council's plans, only 65% supported them, a huge drop from the 85% who in support of the 2019 plans, which did not include removal of the elms. At 220, a very similar number of people, arguably more representative of the average park user, responded to my survey. And like I said, 90% are against removing the elms. All these numbers suggest Council's plans are not supported by the community. I'm requesting that Council please pause to give these survey results the due consideration they deserve, as they give voice specifically to the users of the Edinburgh Gardens. It is worth noting that nearly all respondents live in Yarra, and of those, the majority live in North Fitzroy. That makes this a truly local issue, and it therefore affects residents in a very personal way. No survey run by and for the residents has been conducted until now. That means this is a unique opportunity for Council to hear directly from those who elected them. In our representative democracy, this is what counts, the voice of the electorate. It's important to note that 46% of the Fitzroy Tennis Club are not residents of Yarra. This means Council is trying to please people they have not been elected to represent, while simultaneously going against the expressed wishes of those they are supposed to be serving.
20 seconds.
Privileging a tiny minority of park users who are members of a pay-to-use club is not at all democratic. As the survey results show, these trees are greatly loved by Yarra's residents and they want them to be left standing. Please listen to your electorate. The locals have spoken and they are asking... Okay.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Lappage. I'm the Vice President of the Fitzroy Tennis Club, and I've been associated with the club as both a parent and a player for the last 14 years. On behalf of the club, we're absolutely thrilled that the redevelopment of the Brunswick Street Oval Precinct is so close to starting with the redevelopment of the tennis courts after so many years. The club operates day and night, 365 days a year. Court bookings can be made by any of our 500 members, as well as the public. And in the last year, over 2,300 different people made at least one court booking. 1,800 of those people were non-members. Over the last 12 months, there have been almost 53,000 bookings at our courts. For the last year, on average, there has been at least 3 hours per day where all 6 courts have been fully booked. Not surprisingly, this has been at times where most people want to play and can play. So demand for courts is very high. On top of that, the wait time to become a member is between 2 and 3 years. With the expected increase in the City of Yarra population, we know that this demand will only increase. With an additional 2 courts, we can offer more memberships to make tennis played regularly more affordable. We will have more courts available when coaching, competitions, members and the public are all vying for court time. We can offer more midweek daytime programs to promote social inclusion. We can run more events open to the public, celebrating our diverse Yarra community and giving back to our community. For instance, we're at Fitzroy for our local schools during school hours, and we can increase the number of teams playing competition during the day and the evenings. This is especially important for all kids, but particularly young girls, to start playing competition at an early age to keep them playing sport. This could mean we could add 1 additional competitive team in both day and night competitions. And with the new DDA compliant facility, we will also be able to host an even wider group of players and spectators who currently cannot access the club's facilities. So in summary, with the expanded and upgraded courts at Fitzroy, we strongly believe that this will continue to promote engagement in community life, social connections, and encourage participation in sport for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Chris Goodman.
The 368 group makes this submission regarding the awarding of the contract. The Fitzroy-Edinburgh Gardens Lands Act 1967 is an act of the Victorian Parliament, and Clause 6 allows the Committee of Management, which is the City of Yarra, to manage the land, to grant leases of the whole or any part of each of the pieces of land delineated on the plan in the first schedule to the Act of Parliament, for the purposes of the sport or recreation respectively indicated on the said plan, or social activities or purposes connected therewith, including the erection of buildings. The first schedule is a map pasted below in my submission to all you councillors, and it shows that there is an area where the tennis where the Committee of Management can lease the tennis. There's another area for football, and there's an area for the bowls clubs. And the Elm Avenue and the Elms are not part of that schedule. So the City of Yarra does not have the power to lease that land to a tennis club. The area outside the schedule is part of the Edinburgh Gardens. The Edinburgh Gardens is not owned by Yarra, it is Crown land reserved for the purpose, and the purpose is as a public park and gardens. And it shall be used for a public park and gardens and for no other purpose. I'm quoting from the Crown grant. So my question is to the...
There's no questions.
Okay. I would like the councillors to ask their governance officers if they have fully addressed this risk before, and if they haven't, that they should do so before awarding any contract. We have considered this project in great detail. We have concerns about the disability access, we have concerns about the heritage, and we have design concerns, but we have never been offered a hearing where our experts and design experts can consider this. To remove a tree in Edinburgh Gardens requires a heritage permit, and we've never been offered an opportunity to address a planning panel, an independent panel that can consider these concerns, and we ask that these processes be started before any contracts are awarded.
Thank you. Greg Spark.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to talk on this subject. I think the contract that you've got, a design and construct contract, has stages 1 and 2. If you look at the cost of stage 2 and extract it from stage 1, it would define the amount of cost assigned to doing the work on the alienated parkland. And I would encourage and leave the other area for a proper master plan of the area that considers the needs of the bowls club and the cricket club, but also the traffic, pedestrian traffic, bike traffic and vehicle traffic in the area. There's a lot more work that needs to be done in master planning the activities there, and it's important that we consider the area of the bocce court and the right-of-way being the path from Rose Street to Brunswick Street. These areas, you know, are important access routes. One of the problems with doing this development the way it's being proposed at the moment, there's you're going to take away a section of the path that has lighting. The idea that people are going to walk around along the other paths. These paths going up towards the rotunda do not have any public lighting. there will be a lot more costs associated with doing this work. Consideration should also be given to relocating the replica entrance pavilion to allow the Bowls Club to have better access to their southeast corner. So with the master planning in this area, it's important that you don't do this work to the tennis club extension, but certainly the tennis club's entitled to redevelop their area that they currently have. So that's
30
where
seconds.
I think you should do that and leave the bocce court and the path and the trees for a later stage after there's been more discussion with the wider community and you've carried out your obligations under the Heritage Act and your own heritage strategy plan, as I suggested in my submission to you.
Thank you, Greg. Fiona Bell.
Mayor and councillors, I'm Fiona Bell, a resident of City of Yarra and President of Protectors of Public Lands Vic Inc. Now, re your Yarra Open Space Strategy Plan, it talks about the challenges and pressures caused by increased populations, greater urban density, more people but less open space, especially those in apartments, and the need for more land for passive recreation, trees for cooling the city and reducing the urban heat island effect, and biodiversity as well as cultural heritage and events. Ausplay participation findings from 2024 showed the most popular activities for adults are not organised, and in fact only 13% of adults actually belong to a sports club. And in general, informal sport and physical activity that uses public open space and is self-organised is more popular. This proposal to modernise and update the 6 courts sounds good, but not to build the additional 2 courts, because I've seen these courts are often underutilised during the day. It's only certain times they're overutilised. And you would be reducing by the size of the 2 tennis courts the amount of public open space and turning it into restricted open space for the use only by paid members of the club, which, as we've heard, only 54% live in Yarra anyway. The redevelopment necessitates the destruction of the 3 historic and magnificent elms that you've been told a lot about, that provide a lot of shade and capture a lot of carbon and give homes to a lot of animals. And instead there'd be a rubber expanse, increasing the urban heat island effect. Yarra says it wishes to improve the quality of existing open spaces, but these 2 will reduce the quality and heritage within this very popular Edinburgh Gardens for the sake of a small minority of local and not so local people who belong to the tennis club. This proposal is not improving community health and well-being for most and is decreasing greening. Also, it's not supported by the Crown grant of lands. The Crown land in Edinburgh Gardens was set aside for unstructured recreational use, not for sports clubs to expand. There's no permission to repurpose this public park for the additional
30 seconds.
So reducing heritage without the mandate of the people you serve.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, appreciate that. Can you just turn that button off if you don't mind, please? Thank you. That's the last of the submitters. Questions to officers. I've got a question to Mr. Hewitt. You sent out an email today at 2 minutes to 7 a.m. I hope you were on the... That's very impressive, by the way. And you raised some of the issues in relation to this allegation of illegality, and you went through in the email to councillors your position on that. And I was just wondering if you could explain what the council officer's position is that the construction of the tennis court would in some way be illegal, and why you're satisfied that the project can proceed.
Thanks, Mayor. Sent it out late last night, Mayor, actually, but thanks for reading it.
Oh, it's my reply was at 6:48. Thank you. I just gave you a... Yeah. No, anyway, if you can answer the question, that'd be great. But sorry for getting the time wrong.
Yes. So, Mayor, yes, there was some emails received by councillors and some office staff about whether, in fact, the project would be illegal because the council has no authority to build into Edinburgh Gardens. So the council has relied on the planning minister, Minister Kilkenny's permit to the council in 2023, and then a follow-up from a senior officer of DTP, Department of Transport and Planning, confirming that council has permission to undertake the project. So council's reliance on the Minister of DTP, I might reference formerly DELP, which was the predecessor department. The Minister granted the council permission to proceed. The current proposal is not much different to the previous proposal, but in any event, we're going through another process to get an amended permit. I might add, Mayor, the council's been working with relevant state government departments for 4 years on this matter, DTP, Heritage Victoria, Sport and Recreation Victoria, and at any time, any of those agencies or their senior members of staff could have raised the legal matter with the council and have not. We believe the council has authority to proceed.
Thank you. Are there any crucial questions for officers? Councillor Gomez.
So there were some comments made about lack of consultation or no community support. I've gone back through the history of this project. It started in 2019 and there was a consultation then. I believe there were 178 responses. Same in 2022, 307, 2024, 258. So the question is, have we done enough consultation? And the vast majority of those responses were positive and supportive. Have we done enough consultation with the community to say that we think we understand what the majority want?
Thank you for the question.
Just briefly, yeah.
Yep, through you, Mayor. We've consulted the community or council has 3 times in the 5 years between 2019 and 2024. As you said, there's been 743 responses and 75% of those have been supportive of this project.
Okay, is it a crucial question? Yep, go ahead.
So also, this has come to council 3 times as far as I can tell. The original one back in 2019, and then 2022 and 2024. And each time the councillors at the time, this was across 3 different councils, voted unanimously to proceed with the project. So that's also an occasion where the community could make their views clear, make submissions, just like they have tonight, correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's true. This project has come to council twice.
Okay, so we're looking for a way forward. Does anyone want to move the officer recommendation? Councillor Gomez, have you got a seconder? No? That lapses. Councillor Aston. Okay. Sorry? I'm chairing this meeting. And the councillor who seconded is Councillor Aston. So do we have any amendments to this? Any amendments to the officer recommendation? Okay, no. Councillor Gomez, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said, this project has been going on since 2019 when, as I understand it, the 4 sporting clubs, the junior and senior footy club, not just Yarra, but for Melbourne. So we're trying to, that was intended to support the growing community. I mean, we've got more numbers on that. We're expecting Yarra itself to grow, to double its size in 25 years, and we're catering for 44,000 new homes, or will be catering for 44,000 new homes. So this whole aspect of what we're building and whether it's at the cost of 3 trees or not just seems a little bit spurious. I think we just need to focus on the key thing, which is that we are looking to expand community facilities. We are taking the next step on this project. We are doing it under the approval of Heritage Victoria, which is important to many, many of us, and we're doing it under the approval of the Planning Minister and the department, and that we just need to move on and just get on with this. We have worked on improving Edinburgh Gardens for the 25 years I've lived in Fitzroy North. When I first got here, it was an unkempt park, and the council has done an amazing amount of work to make sure that there's tree canopy. We've planted 19 more trees, and we've put some benches in there, and I think we should proceed with updating the master plan. But any accusation that we, as a committee of management, as council, are somehow destroying 3 trees because we want to, for the expense of some private club, is wrong. And I endorse this motion to accept the officer's recommendation to get on with this project to my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Councillor Aston.
I've got to say, no offence to the tennis people, tennis really isn't my thing. However, I am very much into healthy social lives for kids, healthy minds, healthy bodies, and I'm particularly conscious of the fact that after the disruption of COVID, anything that gets kids outside playing together, whether it's competitive sport, free sport, whatever it is, I'm really, really supportive of it. I'm also I am very sympathetic to people's concerns about the loss of the trees. I also share those. But Councillor Wade mentioned earlier, it is very, very difficult to find additional and procure additional open space within the City of Yarra. We do have a growing community. Yes, maybe the current tennis clubs are largely populated by people outside of the City of Yarra. I've got to say I will take people's face value at that, and yes, I would love to see it more broadly used by people within the City of Yarra. But the fact is that as our community grows, and we may very well have more people, more kids wanting to use those tennis facilities, our city needs to adapt and to grow and to enable those things. So this has been a long time in the coming. I am very sympathetic, like I said, to the loss of the trees, but 3 trees for the trade-in to help support a growing community to continue to come together. I'm satisfied with the officer's recommendation and the work that has gone into this, and keen to see it proceed.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Councillor, anybody? Councillor Wade.
Yes, I have an alternative motion here, which is to defer it until the first meeting of next year, and that's to allow the Heritage Victoria permit to become public, and also a copy of the application that will be made to DTP.
If this motion lapses, we'll go to you. If this motion
lapses,
yes.
Yep,
absolutely.
And also seeking further details about the Edinburgh Garden Land Act that was just discussed, including from DTP, because while it may not have been proactively mentioned by anybody in meetings, that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It means that possibly people didn't know it existed and didn't know it to check it. So that is all to say, I think this bears that tiny amount more scrutiny over summer, though I completely appreciate the points around children's sport being very important. Thank you very much to our submitters of all ages who came today. I think your points are really well made. I would prefer take 1 more month to ensure that those final checks were done and ensure that these very important trees for heritage reasons are looked at. I will also just briefly comment, I think all of us preferred the plans from 2019, and it's a shame that didn't happen, in which we could have kept the trees and made the progress on the sports courts, but that's not where we are. So I'll be voting against this, but it's primarily because I would have liked to have 1 more month.
Councillor.
DDA compliant, which means that we are actually increasing the accessibility of our facilities, and that there will be other people who can't currently use these courts who will be able to access and use them. Those people currently have to go outside the municipality, so I really think that's another reason why we should support that on top of what all of the other councillors have said here tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Carosland.
Thank you. I'll be voting against this, noting that Councillor Wade has an alternative way forward if this motion lapses. I think it's important that all avenues are explored before we make an incredibly final decision such as what is before us right now. We can plant trees now that, they're going to take generations to get to that size, and I think it's a real loss that we would be losing these potentially unnecessarily, or if there is another avenue in which they actually should be retained, I think they should be fully explored before we do. And I'm just so mindful of, I was actually there for a Christmas event last Christmas, and we sat between those trees, not purposely because of it, that's where it was arranged by other people. And it was just, it's interesting to reflect that we had at least 36 people sitting in the space of what would be one tennis court that could have a maximum of 4 players. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor
Through you, Mayor, do you mind? I just want to ask a question of the officers in relevant to Councillor Wade's alternative.
No, it's too late now.
I wasn't aware it was tabled.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's debate now. Okay, Councillor Gomez, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think I sympathise with Councillor Crosland, Councillor Wade. These issues have been raised for quite a while. I'm of the view that we've addressed them. I have great confidence in Mr Hewitt and the wider team to have addressed these issues. I do not want to know, I don't know how to square the circle. I don't know what alternative plans could come out that would somehow magically save those 3 elm trees. I mean, nobody wants those 3 elm trees to cut down. Any assertion that we're gleefully going to take out the chainsaws and cut them down and then have a party afterwards is not correct. So I don't see a way forward. I trust our officers. I trust Heritage Victoria, who, by the way, Councillor Wade, you would know, rejected that initial design. So you have to go back to why Heritage Victoria decided that design wasn't good enough, but this design is. And DTP and the Planning Minister, and literally, it's been 7 years, I think. 7 years, 6 years. We need to get on with it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote on this matter. All those in favour, please raise your hand of this motion. Davies, Gomez, Ho, Mackenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Aston, opposed, Crossan and Wade. That has passed. All the next agenda items have no submitters, so it is 10:16. I'm asking the councillors, do you want to just steam ahead or do you want a break? Steam ahead, but if that changes, please let me know. So we're going to go back to 7.2.
Sorry, Mayor. We do have submitters on 8.1 and 8.2. My intention was that we would do everything with submitters first.
I've been told from governance there's a bit of an issue with the noms coming.
It was just the business reports that we would deal, and then I think we deal with the noms after the business reports.
Okay, I've been told by governance, Councillor Wade, I get the logic of what you're saying, I really do, but the governance is saying that we have to do the business orders in the order that we passed your motion for, and then the noms, so sorry about that. Okay, we go to 7.2.
Mayor, can I excuse myself for the conflict of interest?
We've got a conflict of interest from Councillor Ho for 7.2. Yes, thank you. We'll wait for Councillor Ho to leave the room. There are no submitters. The annual grants 2026. I've got an alternative motion, and so does Councillor Aston. So my one, I'm not going to speak to it while at this stage, but it's basically just to give the money to a third party other than the 2 that we're up against, which is the CBA and the multicultural and co-health.
Just check if there are any questions.
Yep. No, I'm just waiting until I'm just staying stuff that's non-controversial until he leaves the room.
He's gone.
Okay, Mel, is there any chance you could just shut that door just in case he's standing? Yeah, just for the rec. Thanks, Mel. Are there any questions to officers on the report? Councillor Wade.
The paragraph 2, which is under a particular grant stream that is evading me, I apologise. There's a recommendation that we don't fund Deadly Connections for co-health, and we do fund the Collingwood Basketball Association's engagement with multicultural communities. Could officers speak to, if we didn't fund the Collingwood Basketball Associations, did officers have a view of what the next best would be in that category?
Mayor, we considered the next available one that was the highest ranked. We didn't go through another one and another one. We put forward the next available one. I would need to, I don't have the information in front of me right now to provide the full list of the actual rankings.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Well, I'll move my alternate motion, which I think you've all got. It's on the screen. Well, actually, you can't see the screen unless there's one behind me. Yeah. So can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Gomez. So I'll speak to this, and then we'll go to Councillor Aston's proposed amendment. So basically, I think the office has done a great report in a very, very difficult situation. Some streams were oversubscribed, some were undersubscribed, and that's the nature of the beast, and it's a really, really difficult process to work through. I think it's one of the great things that's happened here over the years is that councillors have been taken out of the process and you guys are running it. So with the money that's left over, we can't give it, in my opinion, to well, I think that the Collingwood Basketball Association, it's better than the co-health program because it is a program, Collingwood Basketball Association, that wants to take the money and go out into the public housing estates and help kids who want to play basketball pay the fees for basketball. So that's a good thing. And I think it's definitely better than giving it to co-health, especially with the controversy about co-health at the moment. If you talk to the staff, they'd be picketing at the front if we did that. However, Collingwood Basketball Association, and I know this intimately well because they're friends of mine, they've got tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account. They should be doing what they used to do, which is the outreach program, and I've been discussing that with them. But the program that I'm suggesting that we put the money to is the most hands-on, in-your-face program that we see in the city of Yarra, dealing with kids from public housing from great need. Every single weekend on the Collingwood estate, every single weekend on the North Richmond estate, every single weekend at the Fitzroy estate, they run soccer programs with volunteers from the Australian Catholic University, the Home Ground Hub, police, community police officers. Last Saturday, they had their final. It was held actually at the Napier Street Field in Fitzroy. There was kids from all over Collingwood, all over Richmond, and Councillor Gomez was there, Councillor McKenzie was there, I was there. Loads of locals turned up, and these people applied for $80,000 in various programs, ended up with $10,000. I'm not criticising the officers for that, but this will help them with this program. If they don't get the money for this program, the program will end. They'll solely be relying on ACU volunteers, which will mean that it will not survive. So I think that this $20,000, which isn't a lot, but for them it means a difference between keeping this program alive and not having it alive. There's a reason that the social inclusion and the social the situation on the estates in Yarra is 1,000 times better than on estates in other parts of Melbourne. It's precisely because of programs like this, and we need to support it. And I really encourage councillors to support this alternative motion. Councillor Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. I reiterate the Mayor's view. I was at the event on Saturday, as I was also at a similar event in Richmond, at the Richmond Estates. I think it's important that we encourage those communities to integrate well into Yarra. And one way of doing that is through community sport, and one way of doing that is to support that community sport. So there's no right or wrong. I think if we do have the extra capacity, I'm strongly in favour of supporting the young futsal sport community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this motion? Councillor McKenzie.
I do. Did you say you wanted to take amendments first, though?
Now that you asked the question, it would actually be easier if we just accepted the amendment from Councillor Aston. It's a very benign amendment. It's just one sentence: further improvements to the community grants program process not related to point 3A and 3B above. We'll just, if Councillor Gomez agrees, we'll accept that. Yep. Okay. So you're speaking to the combined.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I figured. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much. So, firstly, I'm really excited about this community grants. Reading through the list and seeing so many familiar names that in the last year as Deputy Mayor, I've had the pleasure of going out to so many places and seeing last year's grants in action. And Councillor Harrison, you will do the same this year, and it is incredible. I want to acknowledge all the community panel members who undertook this work. Their careful and independent assessment under a strengthened and transparent framework is central to the integrity of this program. I really like the proposal to quarantine the $116,000 from the unsubscribed streams to reassess applications for multicultural seniors and women's groups. This is huge value. A lot of these groups are based around some of our more low-income areas on the estates with multicultural groups. It's places where a small amount of money can go a really long way. And I'm also really pleased to see that there's neighbourhood house projects supported through this round, something that's been made more possible through changes Council made earlier this year in how we fund our neighbourhood houses, creating clearer pathways for them to access grants and deliver even more for their local communities. Last comment I want to make is that this year, over 200 applicants sought more than $4.5 million for projects collectively valued at over $14 million. And of that, we are funding 70 community-led projects. Now, this tells us two things. First, that we need, that the need in our community is growing. And second, that every dollar council invests goes through programs that unlock more funding, more volunteer efforts, partnerships, and additional funding. I'm really excited to see what comes out of these grants. It was a really strong round. Well done to everybody who was successful, and thank you to everyone who applied. And I believe that our small grants are still open and will be until the money runs out.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Anyone else? Okay, well, I want to exercise my right of reply. We'll just, Councillor Aston.
Yep. I'm going to be in the minority on this, I know, and that's okay. But having reviewed the recommendations, I'm actually not convinced on the allocations, and especially not the reallocation of unspent funds. If the groups that didn't receive the funding weren't able to be accommodated, that is unfortunate, but it's a part of having a funding envelope and a budget, which is already extraordinarily generous. I also... You know what, I'm not going to propose any reallocations as I wasn't part of the assessment process, and I want to respect the integrity of that process rather than make random reallocations. But I can't say that I'm necessarily convinced at the recommendations that were made. However, I am looking forward to the improvements that the officers have said that they'll come forward to recommend about the learnings, and an opportunity to further refine and improve the program for next year, but I won't be supporting this due to my concerns to the reallocations of the unsubscribed funds. I think that they could be better spent on the ground core services.
Councillor Wade.
That's just prompted me to say one thing, which is I noticed in the applications that didn't get approved, quite a lot of them it said provided insufficient information or that kind of gist, and it did make me think, oh, what a shame. And so I guess maybe that's part of this, is that into the next year's round we want to make sure that organisations are equipped to be putting their best foot forward, and it felt like more of them had that issue than I think I'd seen previously, where they didn't have sufficient information. But like Councillor Mackenzie, I support the officer's recommendation that funding gets earmarked, and I think that will take care of some of those organisations that put forward for...
Just raise your hand. Councillor Gomez, Mackenzie, Jolly. We've got Harrison, Crossland and Wade. Against, we've got Davies and Aston. That is passed. We move right along to 7, Open Campaign Committee Co-Health. We've got a motion, let's just say it's from Councillor Wade, with a slight amendment to the officer recommendation, which to include at least 2 community members who have lived experience of using the Collingwood or Fitzroy services. So are there any, I'll take it that Councillor Wade will move the motion with that change. Are there any crucial questions to officers? No? Is there a seconder for Councillor Mackenzie? Councillor Wade, would you like to speak to this, please?
Just very briefly, thank you to officers for putting the report together. It will be good to get this committee off the ground. I just wanted to make sure that we had users of the services involved. We're talking about the Collingwood, Fitzroy and Kensington clinics, but I think presumably our interest will be mostly on the Collingwood and Fitzroy clinics. In particular, the Collingwood facility, which is earmarked for complete closure, is obviously very front of mind for me as the Collingwood ward councillor. I have had an outlandish number of people contact me over the last few months saying that they are super worried, and they are worried about the whole host of services that Collingwood the Collingwood Centre offers, so it's very much not just GP clinics, it's every single service that is provided there, and the fact that it's well known to people and they know they can see multiple services when they are there. So I'm looking forward to this happening soon and being a part of it.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. So it's not been that long. It's been, maybe 8 weeks since CoHealth announced with very little telling very few people in the lead up to it that they were going to be closing our GP and counselling and pharmacy services across Fitzroy and Collingwood and Kensington, and selling the Collingwood building. It was in this hall that we held a town hall meeting that was so big that people couldn't fit in the room and we needed speakers outside. That is how our community responds when the things that make us strongest are taken away, and particularly when they are threatened or decisions are made about us without the people who are most impacted by them in the room. What has happened since has been a huge amount of community advocacy. There are lots and lots of people who have taken leadership in this, too many to name, people who have organised meetings, supported patients, spoken out publicly and refused to let this happen quietly. I think our Mayor's leadership in particular is something that our community can be really proud of. The Commonwealth Government's bridging funding is a lifeline. It will give enough time for a review to be able to be done. And the reason why this committee is so important is that when that review is done, there will be decisions that are made or need to be made that will impact us. And whilst we don't operate the community health centres, we absolutely have a stake in it. We'll need a seat at the table, and we'll need to be informed and advised by the community, by health workers, by unions, by people living who have had lived experience of these services. And so this open campaign committee will really help provide the structure for us to do that. It formalises council's role in facilitating that. It was something that was asked for by the community in this room in the motion that was passed at that big mass meeting. And for those reasons, I really strongly support this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Davies.
I think this is a good motion. It's a shame that we have to do it. I just want to commend the Mayor for getting up and taking a stand on this, and getting down out the front of the sitting member, Sarah Whitty's office on the day and making this council's voice heard. I think I took your photo, Mayor, at the time. I was down there also supporting it. Not everybody here was supporting it though. I think we need to also just go down to the fact that 78% of the expenditure for CoHealth was on wages. It was financially unsustainable, and the government should have known that when it saw its increase of $1 million, almost $1 million or more than $1 million per annum in deficit increase. The bridging finance is really just a delay into next year. Let's not kid ourselves. They should have been taking care of this in the last 3 or 4 years under their watch. Let's not make any mistakes on that. So again, thanks, Mayor Jolly, for getting out of it, but off we go.
Thank you. Anyone else want to? Councillor Harrison.
Look, I just want to say one thing. In my other life, I work with senior health workers so senior levels in our hospital, but also people that work in health research. And everybody that I've spoken to about the planned closure of CoHealth has said what a bad thing and what an impact it will have on the rest of the healthcare system, but also the fact that people's conditions might get worse because they're not accessing timely care, and also the cost effectiveness of people accessing care in emergency departments rather than actually getting primary health care. So that's just one point I want to make. So I really value this, the work that the Mayor has led on this. It is very important work, and our most senior medical people appreciate the importance of this as well.
Would anyone else, would you like to exercise your right of reply? Councillor Wade? No. Okay, let's put this to the floor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. We'll move on to 7.8, North East Link. Councillor Mackenzie's got a conflict of interest with this one. So we've got an alternative motion from Councillor Crossland. So I'll go to that in a second. Any questions to officers? Sorry, what's your hand up in the air for, sir? No, you can't speak, no. Yeah, thank you for your submission, but you can't speak. That's the governance rules as they stand. Sorry, sir. Are there any questions to officers on the North East Link submission? Questions? No, okay. Well, let's go straight along to Councillor Crossland's alternative motion. I'll take it you've got a seconder for that. I'm quite happy to second it if no one else will. Yeah. Councillor Crossland, you've got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. Look, this is a major project, but with it brings some real opportunities to improve what the experience is in and along this section of freeway, which happens to be some really sensitive environment areas for our municipality. We've got the Mary Creek, we've got the Birrarung Yarra River, and these are places that are really, really important to us, along with like large recreational areas. We've got one of the key roosting areas for the grey-headed flying fox. We need to be asking that they be doing better, and the amendments that I've proposed have sought to strengthen what I think is actually a really fulsome proposition from the officers, so I do thank them for that. And what I've sought to is build on that to make sure we capture a few additional things, like making sure that there is greater sound attenuation that's being applied in terms of the noise walls that are being put up, that we have consideration that we are a signatory of the Swinville Cities Charter along with the City of Melbourne, which these world arrays go through, and we want to make sure that stormwater runoff from that is filtered. We also want to get some really good cycling connection outcomes. Some are proposed, they could be stronger. And we would want to make sure that fundamentally that this results in a better outcome for our community than what we have now. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't speak to seconding it. Are there anyone that wants to make a... Okay, let's vote on this. All those in favour of Councillor Crossland's thing, that is, motion is passed unanimously. Alternative motion. Thank you, Councillor Crossland. It's 10:37. It's not totally ruled out. We'll finish by 11, but I think it's probably unlikely. We might go 5 or 6 minutes over. So can I just get a quick, let's knock it out of the park now. 30 minutes extension from Councillor Wade and Davies. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. Councillor Mackenzie can come back in now. So let's go to 7.12. Questions to officers about the discontinuation of 271 to 261 to 263 Holden Street. No questions. Councillor Gomez is moving the officer recommendation.
Yes, I am.
Anyone like to second that? Councillor Davies. Councillor Gomez, would you like to speak to that?
No, other than say that this process has been ongoing for a while now. I think we've reached the natural conclusion of that, so I endorse the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Davies? No. Okay. Councillor Crossland, it's 7.12 we're on at the moment. Yeah. Holden Street, North Fitzroy, discontinuance. Okay. Anyone want to speak? No. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. We're now... Councillor like to move this recommendation? Councillor Crossland. Anyone would like to second it? Councillor Deputy Mayor Mackenzie. Deputy Mayor Harrison. I knew I was going to do that tonight. Councillor Crossland, would you like to speak to your motion, the officer motion?
Yes. Look, thank you to officers for your work on this. I know this can actually be quite, I have to say it is a bit dry, so sorry. It is when this kind of work when you're doing it as an officer, but I've done it myself, and I find it like quite rewarding when it actually gets the outcome that you want to see. So thank you very much to the officers who have done that. And I hope my councillor colleagues will support this.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison? No? Anyone else want to speak on this? No? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of 7.15 officer recommendation, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We're now on to 7.16, which is the Spatial Economic and Employment Strategy Update. No registrations. Are there any questions to officers? Thank you for your patience, officers. No. Would a councillor like to move this agenda? Councillor Gomez would.
Moving it.
Moving, yeah. And Deputy Mayor Harrison is seconding it. Councillor Gomez, would you like to speak?
No, other than say thank you to the officers for a comprehensive piece of work. I note that it's an update of the 2018 version of the document. A few things stand out. It's the increasing amount of professional work or employment category and the decreasing amount of industrial zones in the Yarra. Thank you again for the work, and I endorse the Spatial Economic and Employment Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Harrison.
Just briefly, I just want to acknowledge that this is a piece of work that the state government is requiring us to do, that we have to do this periodically. That's not to put down the work, other than to say it's an exercise that maybe produces some interesting information, but the jury's out on whether we really have a huge benefit from this. So I just want to acknowledge the sort of effective cost shifting of this work that we actually have to do.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak on this?
Yes, I want.
Councillor Davies.
I just to lead on from the Deputy Mayor. Great work from the officers. Thanks for putting it in. Very detailed, very granular. Well done. But to Deputy Mayor's point, I don't agree with the cost shifting, so I won't support it just as a vote of rejection of the cost shifting.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? Would you like to exercise your right of reply, Councillor Gomez?
No.
Okay, we put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Gomez, Ho, Mackenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Crossland, Wade, Aston. Opposed, Councillor Davies. That is passed. We're moving on now to the last agenda item before the noms, 7.19 governance report. So just a little bit of clarity here before we... first up, there's two sort of main suggestions here. There's one that we have a special PDC in January. We don't normally have one in January. The officers have told us they will have a briefing prior to that, in case you were going to ask. So that's one suggestion. The other thing is we've got to go through appointment for the committees because some of them haven't actually been filled yet. What I've been told by governance, if there's more than two people for a committee that only accepts one, what I've been told by governance is that we're not going to take speeches. We'll just get the nominations and then we'll vote on it. Now, has anyone got a problem with that? That's what I've been told by governance. Just don't want to get... Okay, so is it okay if I just go through the committees? If you go to your agenda item 7.19, you'll see them here in front of you in the order that the officers have them. Okay, so we'll start with the Audit and Risk Committee. So the Mayor or the alternate Councillor Mayor, there was a bit of a discussion, mainly pushed by me, I have to admit, that I was quite happy to let the Deputy Mayor take my spot, but I've been informed that that wouldn't go down very well. I'm not going to say, by people outside of the council chamber in government. It'll be like a degradation of your duty or whatever the right adjective is. So with great enthusiasm, as Mayor, I'll be on the continue to be on the Audit and Risk Committee. So we need one other. We have to vote on one other person. So what I'm going to ask for now, or any nominees, you just nominate yourself or somebody else, and then after we've heard all the nominees, if there's more than one, we'll vote on it. So would anyone like to nominate themselves or somebody else for Audit and Risk Committee?
I'll nominate myself, Councillor Gomez.
Okay, we've got one nominee so far, Councillor Davies.
I'll nominate myself as well.
Thank you. Are there any other nominees? Okay, so Councillor Wade.
So I will leave it to the election between the other two.
Okay, so we've got the far left. There's a vote between the far left. I'm just thinking geographically here to my far left, not politically speaking. So we'll just take it in the order of the way the nominations were. So I'm going to ask for people to vote in favour of Councillor Gomez, and then I'm going to ask. No, wait, and then Councillor Aston. So all of those in favour of Councillor Gomez going on ARC, please raise your hand. Gomez, Ho, Mackenzie, Jolly, Harrison, Crossland, Wade, and Aston, and in favour of Councillor Davies is Councillor Davies. So duly elected Councillor Gomez. So the next one is CEO Employment and Remuneration Committee. Obviously, all the councillors are on that. Australian Local Government Women's Association, one councillor. Would anyone like to nominate themselves or somebody else? Councillor Aston?
Yeah, nominate me.
Councillor Aston. Are there any other nominations? Okay, duly elected. Councillor Aston, we'll go on that. Merry Creek Management Committee, any nominations? No nominations. There are some committees that people feel are legacies of the past and don't want to fill them. I don't want to get into that now, but it's not, and I've advice from governance. We don't.
I'll nominate myself
No,
for that.
I know, I'll take that in a second, but I just want to make the point that it's not the end of the world if there are some that aren't filled. So you, Councillor Mackenzie's nominated for the Australian Local Government Women's Association. There's no other nominations.
No, that's not it. For the Mary one, we've already done women.
Oh, sorry. Merry Creek Management Committee, you're nominating yourself. Any other nominations? Have I got that wrong?
No, that's right.
No. It's been a long night. Trust me, I've been in the friggin' hot seat here, mate.
That's carried.
Okay, that's carried. Metropolitan Transport Forum, we've got a nomination and a substitute. We've got Councillor Wedd already nominated for that. Councillor Harrison, Deputy Mayor Harrison is nominating herself as a substitute. Any other nominees? Okay, that's passed. MAV, we get a councillor and a substitute. Councillor Harrison? Councillor Harrison is the delegate.
I'm happy to be the substitute.
Councillor Gomez is the substitute. Any other nominations? Okay, that's duly elected. The M9, it's the mayor plus the deputy mayor is usually the situation. So I would like to nominate the deputy mayor for that. Northern Alliance for Greenhouse Action, would anyone like to nominate themselves or someone else for that? Okay, we'll leave that one. Councillor Wade is duly elected. VLGA, Victorian Local Government Association, again, a member and a delegate, if you like, and a substitute delegate. Anyone want to elect them for the delegate? Okay. What about the substitute? VLGA substitute? Nobody?
I'll come with you.
Okay, well, I'll nominate myself as the substitute, just so they'll get the shock when I turn up.
Mayor Jolly, I'll nominate.
Councillor Gomez, well, I'll withdraw my nomination.
I'll hold Sharon's hands as we go to VLGA.
Okay. Let's just get through this. So that's all of them. So would anyone like to move the governance report now? No, Councillor Wade, a seconder. Councillor Aston. Councillor Wade, would you like to speak to this? Councillor Aston. Okay, anyone want to speak? Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed unanimously. We'll now go to notices of motion 8.1. We have got one registration. Aidan Barrack Dunn, if you're here. No? Okay. So we've got two alternative motions. So my notice of motion, it's clear. It's obviously I'm moving it if I get a seconder. There are two alternate motions, one from Councillor Crossland, and Deputy Mayor Harrison also has one. So I'm going to ask them, is there any chance peace is breaking out at this late night, 12 minutes to 11?
I've just explained that I don't accept Councillor Crossland's alternate motion on this. I am very keen to receive a report from officers about what the priorities should be, and I feel that the items listed in 1E of the alternate that Edward has put forward would be, indicating priorities at this point. So
okay,
I'm very
understood. So the process is I'm moving the original thing that you got in front of you, the NOM, the notice of motion on trams. Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Wade? Okay, so now I'm going to. We've got myself and Councillor Wade have been asked to, because of what the Deputy Mayor just said, I won't be accepting this. And I'll ask Councillor Wade what she thinks. She would accept it, I take it?
It kind of doesn't. Can't.
Yeah. So do you want to move it as a separate line item?
I'm happy to move it formally.
Yep. Well, we'll go to that now. So have you got a seconder for that? Okay, well, that lapses. So Councillor Harrison, I'm willing to accept. Will you accept Councillor Harrison? Councillor Wade, will you accept Councillor Harrison's... this is quite unusual. It's never happened like this before. But you will? Okay, so now we've got a substantive motion, which is the NOM with Councillor Harrison's... It's actually Councillor Harrison's alternative motion. So I've got 3 minutes. I'll speak to it starting now. I'll be super brief. It's a way to bring the North and South together at the lowest possible expense. to link up the tram stop, the 78, when it ends at the end of Church Street, when it bangs into Victoria Street, a few metres, linking it into Victoria Street going west of the city, and then again at Victoria Street, a bit of a linkage to go east, to go north, to hook up with the 12 tram, will mean, if both were done, that you could get on one tram in North Fitzroy and end up in Chapel Street and vice versa. Now, the media have called it the Revs Express. I never use that term, but I do think the reason, by the way, this motion was passed at Port Phillip Council. It's gone to Stonington Council as well. From a Stonington Council perspective, it's great for them because Chapel Street's not in great shape at the moment, so it's a lot easier. It would be a lot easier to go and have a meal there. But from a Brunswick Street, from the up around Peter Monty's area perspective too, it's good for business, it's good for PT, it's good for everything. The PTUA have endorsed this idea, as have, as I say, the other two councils. So that's really the gist of it. I sent the councillors some background on it. I wasn't allowed to put it in the paper, so thanks to Councillor Crossland for encouraging me to do that over the weekend or on Friday. And that's it for me. Councillor Wade?
Yeah, it's great to see these kind of multi-council proposals to make public transport throughout our municipalities better. I think what Councillor Harrison's amendment does and the gist of what Councillor Crossland's were, I appreciate that they haven't both been adopted, but the gist of both was, yes, let's extend the 78, but also let's make it better, because at the moment it's probably one of the worst trams in Yarra in terms of accessibility, in terms of speed, in terms of frequency, etc. And so ideally it will get improved, certainly from the accessibility point of view, but I also like Councillor Harrison's addition that we should, I think, effectively rank accessibility in public transport in Yarra, which I think would be extremely helpful. And I think officers have done bits and pieces of that work, and it would be good to bring it all together. So yes to the 78, the Revs Express, and yes to accessibility upgrades.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this, Councillor? Deputy Mayor Harrison?
Look, firstly, I want to acknowledge that I've grabbed some of what Ed had put forward in my alternate. I just had another priority, which was that I actually want to really get data so that we can actually make decisions about what our advocacy priorities are with accessible public transport, whether that's tram stops or train stations. So I want to acknowledge that this should have actually been a joint thing, but the way it's happened, it's kind of not been possible. But I'm hoping that Ed and I can actually collaborate a bit on this stuff. I know that we both have an interest in this, and so thank you, Ed, and that's all I want to say. It's really important that we try to improve accessibility and focus on what are the greatest priorities going at the present time.
Anyone else? Councillor Davies?
Just very quickly, great idea, Revs Express. This has been a long time coming. I'm probably a little bit older than a lot of you guys, but this is actually what everyone wants. Whether it's people in their 60s or 70s or in their 20s, it's actually spot on. I do think it addresses the north-south transport issue that we also have on Burnley. Hopefully this will open some eyes and we can address it in a different way on Burnley as well, and that can help different commutes and solve a bit of the actual congestion in wider Richmond.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Crossland?
Yes, look, I think this is a good initiative, and I appreciate the amendments that have been adopted as part of this. Notably, I'm wanting to make sure that this is a accessible tram route, because right now it is not in any manner at all. We don't have accessible tram stops. We don't have accessible trams. I am still a little bit confused why the requesting for proposed for the extended 78 tram route upgrade not prioritise tram speed and priority improvements, high frequency tram services, level access tram stops, and service exclusively by low floor trams, because I thought they would all be highly complementary, given the 78 tram route is the slowest, one of the slowest tram routes in Melbourne, which is the slowest tram route in the world, tram network in the world. So without those changes, I don't actually see that you can have a new corridor, which I fully support, but without those changes, you're going to be spending hours going on what shouldn't take that long. But otherwise, I want to say fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I won't exercise my right of reply. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of this nom, please raise your hand. That's passed unanimously. Notice of motion number 2, 8.2. State congestion levy, we've got a few registrations. You have been super patient. If I had medals, I'd be giving them out to you right now. The first person is Simon MacDonald, followed by Jesse Spat and then Aidan Barrett-Dunn. Okay, Jesse? Yeah, no worries at all. I don't think Aidan's here, by the way, but you and Simon in that order, yep. Just press the button. You got 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name's Jesse Spat, and along with Simon MacDonald, who you'll hear from after me, we own a small commercial building in Abbotsford in Duke Street, and along with 2 other tenants, we occupy part of that building, which we run our 2 businesses out of. As you're aware, the congestion levy, or the Victorian Government is expanding the congestion levy, and Zone 2 will be expanded to include more inner-ring suburbs, including the entire city of Yarra, save for a small carve-out, which I'll get to shortly. As part of the amendments, the Category 2 levy will increase from $1,240 per car park to $2,150 per car space. This is an increase of 73%. It is worth pointing out that the levy will apply to all car parks, whether they're occupied or not. The amendments to the congestion levy will take effect from 1 January 2026. It is our view that the expansion of the Category 2 zone, coupled with the 77% increase, will cause severe, irreparable and unintended implications to property owners, small businesses and workers. I'll highlight some reasons now. First of all, the levy will result in exorbitant recurring costs that will have not been budgeted due to the limited consultation and communication by the government. If you have 10 car parks, you'll be up for $21,000. If you have 100 car parks, you'll be up for $215,000. Notably, the Victoria Gardens Shopping Centre and the immediate surrounds has been excluded from the Category 2 zone. The levy will be effectively a perpetual tax on existing property owners, and it will affect capital values and the, in turn, revenue for council. Running out of time here. Look, the levy is ill-conceived because it, whilst it's here to impose or reduce congestion, many parts of Yarra don't have adequate transport, including Abbotsford, where we are. Businesses chose these locations so that they had adequate parking, proximity to freeways, because that's what their businesses relied upon. These people can't take public transport to do their job, and therefore they're imposing a levy on an area that shouldn't have it. It's retrospective punishment.
30 seconds.
It's retrospective punishment basically because these building owners have got car parks that they're complying with their planning requirements. In summary, it's a tax which will cause significant and unintended impacts on local businesses, property owners, employees. If the government was serious about reducing congestion levy, it would not have imposed an exemption on the single biggest generator of traffic in the area, being Vic Gardens, which is owned by an ASX-listed company and a billionaire.
Jesse, you've run out of time.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much
mate.
for your time.
Simon MacDonald. 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I'll actually use our office as a bit of a case study so you get an idea of the numbers. So we have a small office. It's got 26 car spaces. So it's got about $56,000 worth of levy that will be imposed next year. Rough numbers, our income is $300,000 net of taxes. And so once we pay rates and or income tax, which we think is unduly high. So it has a big effect on the income, but the biggest impact on us is actually the capital value of the property. Our property is worth about $3 million, and we have about $3 million worth of debt from the bank on that property. Commercial property is valued by capitalising the income, the net income that you get. So when that circa $55,900 or $60,000 tax is imposed, that will reduce the capital value of our property by nearly $1 million. So that is a huge hit as a property owner in Yarra. What we have to do is, when you get a loan from the bank, you get this thing called a loan to valuation ratio. And on our property is 60%, so $3 million. So when our property goes down, the value goes down by $1 million, we have to find circa $560,000 in cash to put back in our property so we don't default on our bank debt. And this is going to be a problem for every single property owner and tenant in Yarra. So that gives you a bit of an idea of the enormity of that tax. It's a huge tax. And as Jesse was saying, our concern is that is going to cause a flight of tenants and property owners from Yarra. They'll just go out to the next suburb where they can afford to buy a building or tenant the building that doesn't have this congestion levy. And we think it's going to have a hugely adverse impact on commercial and industrial property owners and tenants in Yarra. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Simon. So we've got Councillor Aston moving the nom. Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Deputy Mayor Harrison, Councillor Aston, would you like to speak to your notice of motion, please?
Yep. So first and foremost, let me say that this is not a motion that opposes the idea of congestion charges. It is not that. I have no opposition to congestion charges. They've been proven to work in places like Stockholm, London, Milan and Singapore, but those models charge drivers and driving, not properties and parking. And tonight we've heard various things on our agenda about reducing red tape in business and around the spatial economic and employment strategy to retain commercial spaces to try and support businesses to stay in Yarra. And we've just discussed a nom around changing tram lines to support a south-north corridor between Fitzroy and St Kilda to actually get cars off the road and support our economy. However, the current congestion tax is actually at odds with those two things. Firstly, it will not support businesses to stay in Yarra, as we have just heard from our two presenters, and it also does nothing to reduce congestion because a parking tax, which is what this is, changes parking behaviour, while the driving tax changes drivers' behaviour. So if the government really cared about reducing congestion, they would choose a mechanism that actually addresses congestion and not spend over $41.6 billion on road projects since 2014 that actually make it easier to drive, including the North East Link that we have also just discussed tonight. So, we've heard from property owners about the real financial impact that they will face from this parking levy rather than a true congestion charge that addresses driving behaviour. However, recognising that the government is unlikely to change their approach, although that would be sensible and desirable, we're calling on them with this motion to be transparent, fair and supportive to affected properties and to be clear and honest about the financial impacts on Yarra's businesses and on our city's rateable revenue. This has a significant potential impact on the money that we have available to us to service our community. And as it grows, we require that money to service those increasing services, our increasing community size, etc. So, as I said, a parking tax changes parking behaviour, not driving behaviour. And we're going to see more on-street parking on our already struggling streets due to this proposed levy. We've had many conversations about that. None of us want that kind of tension on our streets, and so I'd like everyone's support in this, please.
Councillor Harrison.
I think that Jesse and Simon made it very clear what kind of impact this is going to have on the businesses in Yarra. This will then have an impact on the municipality as a whole, because what we're going to witness is a flight from Yarra. Why would a business far better conditions in which they can run their business? That is very clear what is going to happen. The way that this is being imposed is not fair. We are hearing that Victoria Gardens has been given a substantial discount, whereas small businesses like the one that we've heard about this evening is not enjoying the same discount. That is grossly unfair. And we should be really asking for an explanation as to how it is that a big business can get such a discount, yet smaller businesses that are actually the lifeblood of our economy in Yarra would be facing such a huge impost. So I'm very keen to support this. Thank you to the guys who have come here and really explained how hard it's going to hit their businesses. It is going to hit our council, and we really need to look at that and lobby for changes. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councillor Davies.
I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Aston and Harrison have just said, which were excellent statements and should be carefully considered. I'm just going to say some really simple things. The state government hates small and medium-sized businesses. The way they treat them is just unacceptable. And the way they're about to treat our Yarra business owners, the people who get up every morning and work all day and every day and pay their taxes and deliver to customers and contribute to our economy, it's so upsetting because I'm at the face of this, we're all at the face of this, and we see businesses and they are going out of business now. Come Christmas, you will see hospitality businesses starting to fall. It's happening. This is going to be a tipping point. The government has to stop treating small and medium-sized Australian and Victorian-owned businesses like a credit card for their tax bill.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Councillor Aston, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
I'm just going to say thank you to Councillor Harrison and Andrews for their support, and I hope the others around the table can see fit to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We put that to the vote. All those in favour of this notice of motion, please raise your hand. Davies, Gomez, Ho, McKenzie, Jolly, Harrison and Aston. Those opposed, Crossland and Wade. That is passed. We've got very little left on the agenda, so let's go through as quickly as we can. Petitions and joint letters. We've got a petition tabled by Councillor Aston on illegal dumping and waste at the Salvation Army, Abbotsford. So we move that petition be tabled and referred to the appropriate officer for action. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Wade. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is passed. We've got a joint letter supporting the name change of a street in Cremorne to Warren Street from Councillor Wade, if I'm not mistaken. Is there a seconder for that? Yep, Councillor McKenzie, yep. So the joint letter from residents will be, if passed, will go to the appropriate officers for their consideration. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any questions without notice? Any delegates' reports? Any general business? Any urgent business? No. Any confidential items? The meeting is closed at 8 minutes past 11. Thank you all, and have a great Christmas and New Year.